Chapter 552. Uncle, I'm talking to you about something serious. I'm not joking, Yang Ming said very seriously. Oh, good. Yang Dashin saw that Yang Ming's tone was serious, so he put away his smile. If it were in the past, Yang Dashin wouldn't listen to Yang Ming's nonsense. But now the situation was different. He could book this entertainment city because of Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Dashin couldn't help but care more about Yang Ming's words. So he said, "You can ask. I'm listening. How much did you borrow from a bank?" asked Yang Ming. "A total of more than 7 million. Yang Dashin hesitated and said, "Then how much liquid capital do you have now?" asked Yang Ming. "There is still less than 200,000, said Yang Dashin. "But when the entertainment city opens tomorrow and has a profit, it will be fine." Yang Ming sighed secretly. The words that he wanted to say were swallowed into his stomach. It was because it was useless to say more. It was useless to say anything now. Yang Dashin had invested all the money. There was not much liquid capital left. This was a big taboo when opening an entertainment city. It seemed that everything was ready. Everything was ready except for the east wind. However, a person who had never opened a similar industry couldn't consider everything thoroughly. In many cases, he would miss out a lot of unexpected things. For example, the daily waste of ingredients, labor expenses, and some damaged equipment maintenance. Inviting people to perform, and so on, all required money. It could be said that more than 200,000 was not enough to do anything. Not to mention a novice like Yang Dashin. Many people who had operated nightclubs and entertainment city for many years dared not leave a lot of operating funds in their hands. "What's wrong?" Yang Dashin saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and asked, baffled. "Has the money invested by Bao Sanli arrived?" asked Yang Ming. This might be Yang Dashin's last life-saving straw. "It has arrived. All of it has been invested." Yang Dashin said, "Brother Bao offered 5 million. Yang Ming was speechless. Looking at Yang Ming's excited appearance, he couldn't bear to give him another blow. Let it be happy one day at a time. Since things had already come to this, it was useless for Yang Ming to say anything more. Perhaps he would really be able to make the entertainment city flourish. The next day was the opening day of Yang Dashin's Tianjiao Entertainment City. In the morning, Yang Ming and his parents took a taxi to the development zone. Yang Ming's family was Yang Dashin's relatives. Naturally, they were arranged at the front. After a while, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan also came, but when they saw that Yang Ming's parents were also there, they didn't come over to say hello. Thinking about it, Bao Sanli, this rough man, did not have this kind of IQ. Ho Jinhan must have reminded him before. The opening of the entertainment city was lively. People from all sides of Songjiang came to support, but most of them came for Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Both the underworld and the legal world knew that Bao Sanli had a share in the entertainment city, so they dispelled the idea of finding trouble with Tianjiao Entertainment City in the future. After eating, Yang Ming's parents left. During the meal, Yang Dashin just came over to give a toast and didn't say anything else. Yang Ming's parents couldn't stand this noisy atmosphere. They belonged to the kind of people who preferred silence. Even if it was lively, it would be with the people they were familiar with. They only lived in their small circle. Like today, it was a group of strangers eating together. His parents were a little uncomfortable, so they left early after eating. Yang Ming was chatting with Yang Xiaobo. The two people chatted happily. Yang Ming's parents didn't take Yang Ming with them. They just told him to go back by himself later. "Big brother, Uncle's entertainment city is really luxurious," Yang Xiaobo said with some envy. "Hee, Xiaobo, you are now in the stage of learning. Don't think about these useless things," Yang Ming said with a lecturing tone. "Don't come here secretly to play. How can I? I don't have money even if I want to play. The expenses here are definitely not cheap," Yang Xiaobo said with some astonishment. "If you come, can I still charge you money?" Yang Li interrupted at this time. "If you want to come, sister will bring you here to play." Yang Ming listened to Yang Li's words and immediately glared at her. Xiaobo is in high school. Don't always encourage him to do these useless things. After Yang Li went through that incident, she was still very afraid of Yang Ming's words. However, she was used to it. She whispered a humph and said, "Well, After your college entrance examination, I will bring you to play. After the college entrance examination, that was 3 years later. It was hard to say whether this entertainment city could last until then. Big brother, I was thinking about the class reunion after a few days. I want to bring them here. Is that okay? Yang Xiaobo said to Yang Ming timidly. Huh, Xiaobo, why didn't you tell your big sister about this? Why did you tell Yang Ming? Isn't this entertainment city opened by his family? Although Yang Li didn't dare to act in front of Yang Ming, the tone of a person's words couldn't be changed. When it came to this entertainment city, Yang Li's words were somewhat complacent. Yang Ming rolled his eyes at Yang Li again. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did your original temper come back? Yang Li was a little wronged, but she didn't dare to refute Yang Ming's words. She had to say, Xiaobo, if your big brother agrees, then it's fine. Yang Xiaobo didn't know what happened between Yang Ming and Yang Li. At this moment, he saw that his arrogant big sister was actually so afraid of his big brother's words. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, he wasn't stupid. He knew that some things couldn't be asked in front of the two people, so he pretended not to see it. After a few days, Yang Ming frowned. You aren't here to freeload, right? How can that be? We're going Dutch, but we haven't found a suitable place. Yang Xiaobo said, but big sister, you have to ask uncle to give us a discount. Don't mention a discount. It's fine even if it's free of charge. Yang Li said generously. It's fine if it's free of charge. If it's free of charge, then it's free of charge for me and my girlfriend. Yang Xiaobo said with a smile. No problem. Yang Li made the decision. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This Yang Li really didn't know her father's current situation. Perhaps Yang Dashan didn't realize it either. In the beginning of the opening, many relatives and friends came here to support. If it was all free of charge, then how could they make money? It seemed that one portion was nothing, but there were too many. The 200,000 yuan in his hand wasn't enough to entertain them. However, there were some words that Yang Ming couldn't say. He would see the situation when the time came. Although Bao Sanli's investment was also from him, Yang Ming wasn't afraid. Even if it was a loss, the house and equipment would still be there in the end. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming got up and said, You guys chat first. I'll go over there and take a look. Yang Ming got up and came to Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan's table. Brother Bao, Brother Ho, Brother Yang sit. Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming coming over and smiled. I wanted to look for you just now. I saw that your parents were here, so I didn't say hello. Yang Ming, how are you recently? Ho Jinhan's superficial relationship with Yang Ming wasn't familiar, so it was impossible for him to call him Brother Yang. Not bad. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Brother Bao, the recent development is good. I still rely on Brother Ho. Otherwise, I can't do such a big business myself. Bao Sanli naturally couldn't talk about Mr. Y in front of outsiders. This was currently in a confidential state. Except for him and Ho Jinhan, no one knew that there was a boss behind it. Brother Yang, are you free later? If you're free, come to visit my company. Bao Sanli invited. Is it the Ming Yang Security Company? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, it's the security company. Bao Sanli nodded. Ming Yang, why does this company sound more like mine? Ming Yang, Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled. Sure enough. Bao Sanli also nodded and smiled. It's the name given by Brother Ho. Well, I happen to be free. Let's go and have a look. Yang Ming smiled. Besides, it's my own security company. How can I not go and have a look? Yang Ming's words sounded like a joke about the company's name to Bao Sanli, but Ho Jinhan heard the double meaning in Yang Ming's words, but he didn't show it. In fact, Yang Ming also wanted to see how Ho Jinhan managed the security company. After all, this was also his own industry. Originally, there was no excuse to visit. Now that there was a chance, there was no harm in having a look. Chapter 553. Okay, then let's go together in a while. Bao Sanli nodded and said, just in time to try the new car I bought, the BMW X5. Oh, you bought a new car? Yang Ming was stunned and looked up at Ho Jinhan. Bao Sanli already drove a BMW. Would he still drive the scrapped, broken Jetta? The security company's business has been good recently. Brother Ho proposed to buy a good car to keep up appearances. I thought the same, so I bought a BMW. Bao Sanli smiled. I see. Yang Ming nodded. If he was running a company, he should buy a luxury car. If he drove a broken car, he would be laughed at by others for not being capable enough. After the meal, Yang Ming, Yang Li, and Yang Xiaobo said goodbye. Then, they went out of Entertainment City with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan and came to the parking lot in front. How is it? This car is good, right? Bao Sanli proudly patted the brand new BMW X5 and said, I just bought it for less than half a month. Yang Ming looked at the brand new BMW shining in the sun and suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly, the picture in front of Yang Ming changed into another picture. The BMW slowly drove out of the parking lot of Entertainment City and entered the main road. When it passed a traffic light, the brakes suddenly lost control and hit a bus. Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming in a daze and asked curiously. No, nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. What happened to me these 2 days? Why do I always have hallucinations? The previous time, it was Wang Shifan who killed people. This time, it was the BMW's brakes that failed. Moreover, it was very clear. Now, the scene was still fresh in Yang Ming's mind. Get in the car, hee. Brother Yang, why don't you go up and try the comfort of this car? Bao Sanli said with a smile. Wait. Yang Ming shuddered. Some things were better to believe in not. What Yang Ming saw just now was too real and too terrifying. What's wrong? Ho Zhenhan was also a bit baffled, but he had always treated Yang Ming's words as an imperial edict. Brother Bao, Brother Ho, did anyone touch this car in the parking lot? Yang Ming suddenly asked. There shouldn't be anyone. I'm afraid of being scratched by someone. I even found an underling to watch the car. After Bao Sanli finished, he waved to a person not far away. You come here. What is it? Brother Bao. When a man heard Bao Sanli calling him, he quickly ran over. You, what's your name? Bao Sanli couldn't remember the name of this underling. My name is Wu Ming, the little brother replied. Wu Ming? Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Isn't Wu Ming nameless? This person's name was, did someone touch my car? Bao Sanli asked. No, I've been watching it. Wu Ming said with a smile. Who dares to touch Brother Bao's car? Isn't he tired of living? That's true, Bao Sanli said proudly. Brother Yang, aren't you overthinking it? Who can touch my car? Although Bao Sanli didn't understand what Yang Ming meant, Yang Ming doubted that someone touched his car. Wasn't that belittling him? Couldn't he control others? Brother Bao, I think you should check the car. I heard that some children were naughty and damaged the car's brake system. Yang Ming frowned and said. When he said this, Yang Ming secretly paid attention to the expression of this underling named Wu Ming. As a result, this person's face was normal. There was no unnaturalness at all. However, it was precisely because the more natural it was, the more Yang Ming felt that there was a problem. The more he doubted this underling named Wu Ming. Generally speaking, as the underling who watched the car for Bao Sanli, if someone said that the car was touched or damaged, he would definitely defend himself. It was impossible to be so indifferent. Therefore, Yang Ming secretly paid attention to this guy's movements. It can't be right. Bao Sanli was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming suddenly say this? I think it's better to check it. Something just happened a few days ago. Ho Zhenhan was worried. Now that he heard Yang Ming's hint, he immediately felt that things were unusual. So, he whispered to Bao Sanli, Brother Bao, Yang Ming is right. It's better to check it. Besides, it hasn't been very peaceful recently. Seeing that Ho Zhenhan said so, Bao Sanli had no opinion. Besides, he had just been stabbed a few days ago. Although it wasn't a big deal, he didn't recover fully. Now that he thought about it, he was a little scared, especially when he heard Ho Zhenhan's last sentence. He couldn't help but worry. You go and check the car. Bao Sanli instructed the man named Wu Ming. Okay, Brother Bao. Wu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was the kind of look of relief. Yang Ming had been paying attention to him, so he saw his expression. At this moment, he saw that his expression was very strange, so he quickly kicked Ho Zhenhan with his foot. Ho Zhenhan immediately understood and said, Let me check it myself. In a flash, Wu Ming suddenly turned around. He didn't know when there was a sharp knife in his hand, and he stabbed toward Ho Zhenhan. Be careful, shouted Yang Ming. Ho Zhenhan, was a special forces soldier. His reaction ability was excellent. He was also very comfortable with sudden changes. Seeing that there was a sharp knife, he quickly dodged back and then lifted his foot to kick Wu Ming in front of him. Wu Ming's reaction was faster. When he saw that his attack didn't hit, he immediately stopped entangling. Instead, he raised the knife and stabbed Bao Sanli on the side. Bao Sanli's reaction wasn't as fast as Hou Jinhan's. Seeing that the sharp knife was about to be inserted into his abdomen, Bao Sanli was also a little dumbfounded. He couldn't avoid it. Pa! There was a soft sound. Wu Ming groaned. The sharp knife in his hand immediately fell to the ground, and a 1 yuan coin fell with the sharp knife. There is an expert. Wu Ming's heart was stunned. However, Hou Jinhan in front of him didn't look like an expert. According to He Shu and Feng Dao, who went back last time, Hou Jinhan's kung fu could only be said to be average. It belonged to the more ferocious kind. It was easy to deal with ordinary people, but his kung fu was not suitable for dealing with the insidious method of a first-class assassin. The strength of the coin that hit his hand was very powerful. This kind of hidden weapon technique was definitely not something that a person like Hou Jinhan could do. It could actually hit the dagger in his hand. Wu Ming couldn't help but be frightened. Seeing that Wu Ming's dagger fell, Hou Jinhan immediately attacked. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He just saved Bao Sanli. He was afraid that his technique would be exposed, but obviously no one noticed him. Bao Sanli now had a lingering fear. He didn't have time to think about the reason for the change just now. Yang Ming now hoped that Hou Jinhan could take care of Wu Ming in front of him, but Yang Ming was disappointed. Hou Jinhan and Wu Ming's kung fu were not on the same level at all. Hou Jinhan's moves were mostly about capturing the enemy and attacking, but Wu Ming's moves were fatal. Every move was ruthless and aimed directly at Hou Jinhan's vital points. Hou Jinhan had no choice but to keep defending. For a while, he was busy defending. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone take down Wu Ming. However, this Wu Ming's kung fu was obviously not good enough. It was only slightly better than He Shu and Feng Dao, whom Yang Ming had seen. At that time, Yang Ming was still struggling to deal with He Shu and Feng Dao, because at that time, Yang Ming had not been an assassin for a long time. But now it was different. With the guidance of Feng Tian, and Yang Ming was also very diligent, his level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, looking at Wu Ming, he felt a little condescending. Although Wu Ming's moves were vicious, Hou Jinhan was not weak. Although he couldn't attack, his defense was enough. Wu Ming couldn't help but be a little anxious. Originally, his identity couldn't be exposed. If the police were attracted after a long battle, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, Wu Ming now had the intention to retreat. He was not ready to continue to entangle with Hou Jinhan. Wu Ming had some regrets. He blamed himself for being too arrogant. When he saw that He Shu and Feng Dao did not complete the mission, he took the initiative to ask the Black Widow to accept this mission. But he didn't expect that he would be the one to embarrass himself. Yang Ming frowned. Wu Ming's skill was very similar to He Shu and Feng Dao. Obviously, they were from the same lineage. If I catch Wu Ming, I may be able to figure out a lot of things. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had the idea of keeping Wu Ming. Originally, he hoped that Hou Jinhan could keep this person, but now it seemed that it was impossible. It was good enough that Hou Jinhan was not injured. Yang Ming hesitated in his heart. Should I make a move? If I make a move, the fact that I know kung fu can't be hidden. My identity as an assassin will be exposed. Chapter 554. Although there were no outsiders here now, he couldn't guarantee that Bao Sanli wouldn't speak about it. If Yang Ming wanted him to shut up, the first was to kill him. This was obviously not a good way. As for the rest, he could only use his other identity to suppress him. That was Mr. Y, the behind-the-scenes boss. Only by using his identity as the behind-the-scenes boss to deter Bao Sanli, he wouldn't speak about today's matter. Yang Ming didn't think about using Mr. Y's name to give Bao Sanli a gag order after he made a move, but that would be more problematic. Why would Mr. Y keep it a secret for Yang Ming? Even if Bao Sanli was stupid, There was no necessary connection before and after, right? That might arouse his suspicion, so he might as well reveal his identity to the public. Moreover, using this assassin's attack was also a good opportunity to establish his prestige. Thinking of this, Yang Ming simply let it go. Seeing that Wu Ming wanted to escape, he immediately blocked in front of him. Get out of the way. Wu Ming couldn't be stopped for a long time. He wanted to leave, but he didn't expect Yang Ming, who was silent just now, to actually block him. Since you are here, then stay. Yang Ming said faintly. Oomph. You are overestimating yourself. Wu Ming didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. He snorted coldly, and his right hand clawed toward Yang Ming's face. If it was a month ago, Yang Ming might be afraid of this person's fierce and ruthless moves, but now it was different. Yang Ming didn't put Wu Ming's moves in his eyes at all. He was fast, but Yang Ming was faster than him. His moves were ruthless, but Yang Ming was more ruthless than him. Yang Ming learned the killing moves from Fong Tian, so it was just right to deal with Wu Ming. Yang Ming didn't want to defeat the enemy in one move. Although it could show off his strength in a sense, it might cause others to say that he was lucky in it. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to play with him first. Bao Sanli had seen Yang Ming fight before, but this time was obviously different. Bao Sanli was very clear about Hou Jinhan's skill. He was a special forces soldier. Even if he was not good, he was much stronger than ordinary people. But even if it was Hou Jinhan, it was very difficult to deal with the person in front of him now. But Yang Ming was at ease. He didn't show any weakness. Originally, Bao Sanli only thought that Yang Ming fought with a fierce force, but he didn't expect that his skills were also very strong. It was Hou Jinhan's first time seeing Yang Ming make a move. He couldn't help but be shocked. He was already very conceited about his kung fu, but in front of this Wu Ming, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. But Yang Ming was different. Hou Jinhan could see at a glance that Yang Ming hadn't used his full strength yet. At the same time as he was surprised, Hou Jinhan was secretly shocked. Brother Yang really didn't reveal his true strength. No wonder his appetite is so big. He wants to swallow the underworld of Songjiang all of a sudden. It seems that Brother Yang really has that strength. Previously, Hou Jinhan was only respectful to Yang Ming. He worked for Yang Ming because Yang Ming saved his mother. Hou Jinhan was a righteous person. Yang Ming helped him, so he would work for Yang Ming wholeheartedly. However, after this scene, Hou Jinhan's initial respect for Yang Ming had turned into awe. Wu Ming didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at first, but when the master made a move, it was obvious whether it was real or not. After exchanging 2 moves with Yang Ming, Wu Ming knew that it wasn't good, although it seemed that neither of them had gained an advantage. In fact, they had already suffered a big loss. Songjiang actually has such a master. It seems that only my boss, the Black Widow, can compete with him. Thinking of this, Wu Ming didn't want to continue the fight. It wasn't the style of an assassin to fight if the opponent wasn't strong enough. An assassin would run away as soon as he encountered a stronger opponent. It was the style of a fool to act recklessly. However, Yang Ming was different from Yang Ming. If Wu Ming wanted to run, he had to be able to run first. Yang Ming was just playing with him now. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't let him run away. Brother, which path are you from? This has nothing to do with you. I hope you don't intervene. Otherwise, some forces aren't something you can touch. Wu Ming saw that he couldn't get away, so he warned. Hee, are you trying to scare me? Yang Ming said with some amusement. This Wu Ming in front of me is obviously weaker than me by more than one level. He actually dares to boast shamelessly. I'm just reminding you kindly. If you go against us, there won't be a good end. Wu Ming faintly warned. You'd better not be meddlesome. You guys? Who are you guys? Yang Ming asked indifferently. This you don't need to know. Wu Ming certainly wouldn't say his own organization. The more you know, the more trouble there will be. Really? What is the relationship between you and the fat man and the thin man? Yang Ming smiled and asked coldly, I'm looking for the 2 of them now, but it seems that you must have a relationship with them. Then, don't blame me for keeping you. You know a lot, huh? It turns out that you already have a grudge. When Wu Ming heard Yang Ming say this, he knew that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go. He was ready to fight to the end. Then, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked in return. Wu Ming wanted to speak, but he found that he couldn't speak. Before he could see what Yang Ming had done, he had slowly fallen to the ground. Yang Ming stood quietly behind him and shook his head. I'm afraid you are the one who overestimates yourself. Big Ho, find someone to tie him up. I have something to ask him. Yang Ming didn't care about Ho Junhan calling him Brother Ho this time, but directly instructed. Yes, Brother Yang. Ho Junhan nodded. When he saw Yang Ming instructing like this, he knew that Yang Ming was going to reveal his identity. So, he quickly responded respectfully. Bao Sanli was dumbfounded. Yang Ming suddenly ordered Ho Junhan around, which made him somewhat inexplicable. If Yang Ming casually instructed, it was excusable. However, what was even stranger was that Ho Junhan actually agreed respectfully. Brother Ho, what are you doing? Bao Sanli looked at Ho Junhan, who found a rope from the back of the car, and tied Wu Ming up. He asked curiously. Ho Junhan didn't answer Bao Sanli's words, but looked at Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming didn't speak, he couldn't say anything. Although he had already guessed Yang Ming's intentions, he still needed Yang Ming to say it personally. He couldn't be a busybody. This is not a place to talk. Let's go back first. Yang Ming smiled and didn't immediately say his identity. What he wanted was this effect. He wanted to maintain a sense of mystery so that Bao Sanli could be more in awe of him. Okay, Bao Sanli nodded in bewilderment. It could be said that Ho Junhan was actually Bao Sanli's guide. What Ho Junhan did basically represented Mr. Y's intentions. So when Bao Sanli saw Ho Junhan being obedient to Yang Ming, he didn't dare to say anything. Throwing Wu Ming into the back seat of the BMW, Ho Junhan closed the door and started the car. Wait! Yang Ming waved his hand and quickly stopped Ho Junhan. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Ho Junhan asked curiously. See if there is a problem with the car's braking system. In addition to figuring out Wu Ming's identity, what Yang Ming wanted to know the most now was whether there was a problem with the BMW's braking system. It was because the feeling he had just now was too weird. The scene in front of him was so real. If it was fake, Yang Ming didn't know how he imagined it. So now Yang Ming was very eager to confirm this fact. If things were really like what he had just seen, then the scene of Wang Shifan killing and dumping the body at Chen Mingyin's house should be true. Ho Junhan didn't understand why Yang Ming was so sure that there was a problem with the car's braking system, but he had always listened to Yang Ming's words. This was also for the sake of personal safety, so he couldn't be careless. So Ho Junhan nodded and personally checked the BMW's braking system. It didn't take long for Ho Junhan to exclaim, "Who removed the brake pads?" What? Bao Sanli was immediately shocked and quickly leaned over. Is it true? Really, if it weren't for Brother Yang, we would probably die here today. Ho Junhan said with lingering fear. Bao Sanli looked up and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so accurate. He could guess that the car was tampered with in advance. He was even more surprised about Yang Ming's identity. Chapter 555. Call someone to repair the car. Let's take another car. Yang Ming instructed faintly. Okay. Ho Junhan nodded and called his underling to ask him to send a car to pick them up. Because there was a fainted Wu Ming, Yang Ming couldn't take a taxi back. It would be suspicious, so they could only wait for the underling to drive over. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the Nightless Club, especially since Ho Junhan personally instructed. The underling didn't dare to delay. He quickly drove to the entrance of Tianjiao Entertainment City. It was actually Ho Junhan's scrap Jetta. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After a long time, he didn't get to sit in the BMW. In the end, he still got to sit in this car. Ho Junhan was also a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, after the BMW is repaired, you can drive it for 2 days, no need. I plan to buy a car in a few days. Yang Ming waved his hand. I'm going to school now. Driving this BMW in school will make people jealous. That's true. Ho Junhan nodded. Songjiang Industry University was also a famous university in the province, but there weren't many students who actually drove to school. It wasn't like those online YY novels where Lamborghinis, Ferrari, Porsche, and Rolls-Royce were everywhere. Like Wang Jitao, those who could drive a Honda Accord were already considered very rich people. Most of the other students who drove were cheap cars like Honda Ferry, Hafei Racer, Swift, and BYD. If they drove a Mercedes-Benz or BMW to school, they would probably be famous in school the next day. Yang Ming was now famous enough in school. He didn't want to be noticed in this aspect. After getting in the car, Ho Jinhan drove the car. The three of them drove to the Nightless Club. The BMW X5 was contacted by the underling to get a tow truck from the 4S store. Along the way, Yang Ming didn't speak. Ho Jinhan naturally couldn't say anything. He wanted to ask, but Ho Jinhan had been keeping silent. Bao Sanli couldn't ask anything anymore. Originally, Bao Sanli wanted to ask Yang Ming, but he saw that Ho Jinhan was very respectful to Yang Ming. For a while, he couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Ming. However, judging from Ho Jinhan's attitude, he was not so respectful to Yang Ming out of courtesy. Although Bao Sanli was also very respectful to Yang Ming, it was different. It was out of courtesy. Back at the Nightless Club, Yang Ming did not explain too much. Instead, he said to Ho Jinhan, "Find an empty room. I want to interrogate this Wu Ming." "Okay, Brother Yang." Ho Jinhan nodded and immediately ordered an underling to come over and handle this matter. There was nothing else in the Nightless Club, but there were plenty of empty rooms. He casually found an empty room and threw Wu Ming in. Then, Yang Ming, Ho Jinhan, and Bao Sanli entered the room together. Big Ho closed the door. Yang Ming didn't want other people in the gang to know about his matters. After Ho Jinhan heard it, he closed the door and locked it from the inside. Bao Sanli was even more inexplicable. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ho, Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Ming smiled and didn't answer. Ho Jinhan patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. You will understand in a while." When Bao Sanli heard Ho Jinhan say this, he knew that it was useless to ask further. He could only wait and see the development of the situation. "Do we need to ask someone to bring a bucket of cold water to wake him up?" asked Ho Jinhan. "No need." Yang Ming shook his head and glanced at Wu Ming, who was motionless on the ground. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked over. He kicked directly on one of Wu Ming's acupoints. This acupoint wasn't a fatal acupoint. It just helped the unconscious person wake up as soon as possible. But if the strength of the blow was too strong, then it was another story. Yang Ming's kick wasn't small. While Wu Ming was awake, it was also painful. After waking up with an AO, he clenched his teeth and no longer made any painful cries. It seemed that this Wu Ming's endurance was also very strong. The scream when he woke up was completely subconscious. After he completely woke up, he closed his mouth. Even if it was painful, he didn't make any sound. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Ming pulled a chair and sat in front of Wu Ming. He crossed his legs and asked, "Oomph." Wu Ming snorted in a low voice and lowered his head. He didn't answer Yang Ming's question. "Why? You don't want to say it?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at Wu Ming. "I have 10,000 ways to make you speak, but I don't want to use them. If you have the ability, then kill me." Wu Ming was tough, and he said directly. Wu Ming actually understood that if he betrayed the organization, even if he went back, it would be a dead end. With the Black Widow style, it was impossible to keep him alive. Don't look at the Black Widow's usually soft and weak appearance. If she was really angry, then he could only wait for death. "Huh." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. "Isn't it easy to kill you? Who do you think you are?" "Wu Ming, I think you are John Doe. Don't think that you can fool me with a random name." Wu Ming was silent and said, "So what if I know? I'm nameless. I've forgotten my own name." "Ha ha ha ha. In fact, it doesn't matter to me if you don't say your name. A name is just a code name. Even if I know your real name, so what?" Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. "Well, I will call you Wu Ming for the time being. Then you tell me about the so-called organization behind you." Wu Ming didn't even bother to open his mouth this time. He closed his eyes directly. He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "Brother Yang, do you want me to teach him a lesson? This kid is stubborn." Ho Jinhan bowed and whispered to Yang Ming, "In, you go ahead." Yang Ming nodded. Ho Jinhan smiled and came to Wu Ming. He began to ravage his body directly. Chong, you flying to the moon, helicopter. He tortured this kid, Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming resisted the pain and didn't say anything. Ho Jinhan still wanted to increase the strength of the attack, but Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Forget it. He doesn't buy it. It is useless for you to kill him." Yang Ming also saw that this Wu Ming's willpower was very strong. It was impossible to simply let him suffer some physical pain to cause any blow to him. This guy seems to be more similar to my profession. He belongs to the category of assassins. His mouth is definitely tighter. He won't easily reveal any useful information. I don't believe it. Break his legs, and he still won't say it? Bao Sanli glared and said disapprovingly, "Brother Bao, don't say it. Brother Yang must have a way." Ho Jinhan shook his head and said to Bao Sanli, "Okay." Bao Sanli also saw that Ho Jinhan was very respectful to Yang Ming. Now that he heard Ho Jinhan say this, he nodded tactfully and didn't say anything. Yang Ming leaned over and looked at Wu Ming on the ground. His face showed an evil smile. "You won't say it, right? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then you should enjoy it now." After that, Yang Ming casually stroked Wu Ming's body a few times. Wu Ming began to roll all over the ground. The sweat on his forehead also rustled down. His eyes bulged out, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Yang Ming had used this trick on the kidnapper of Yang Dashan, the peak cap man. The effect was very good. This was different from the physical pain. This was a nerve pain that couldn't be suppressed. It was like tens of thousands of ants drilling into the heart. Even if the person had strong endurance, it was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming's trick not only made Ho Jinhan dumbfounded, but Bao Sanli was even more stunned. Today, Yang Ming gave them too many surprises. Ho Jinhan just knew that Yang Ming's skill was good, but now, when he saw Yang Ming showing such a trick, he was even more impressed. Bao Sanli's previous shock was big enough. It was as if the Yang Ming in front of him now was not the Yang Ming who was in the same room with him in the detention center. This Yang Ming was really mysterious. Very satisfying, right? Yang Ming looked at Wu Ming, who was rolling on the ground, and said with some mockery, "If you have the ability, then kill me." Wu Ming roared, "Oh, let me see. You can hold on like this. Probably in 3 to 5 days, you will die." Yang Ming snorted and said. Chapter 556. Wu Ming's heart was stunned. He now regretted that he had recklessly accepted this mission from He Shu and Feng Dao. Originally, he thought that this mission was very simple. It was just to injure a gang's boss and not to take his life. This kind of mission seemed very simple, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to appear halfway. Originally, he thought that he would die anyway, and Yang Ming might not really be able to kill him. So he held an attitude of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and endured it. However, he didn't expect that after enduring the tough blows, Yang Ming would use some unknown method to make him suddenly feel a strange pain all over his body. It was really unbearable. "Kill me." Wu Ming groaned in pain. Yang Ming didn't bother with him, but said to himself, 10 minutes, I will give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, there will be more fun." When Yang Ming said this, not only Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan stared at each other, but even Wu Ming, who was in pain, almost fainted. "There's more? I can't stand it anymore. How can there be more?" However, this Wu Ming is really patient. Yang Ming still underestimated him. After rolling on the ground for 10 minutes, he didn't say a word. Yang Ming had no choice but to do a few more hits on the other acupoints in his body. This made Wu Ming more painful. Although it was easy to cause his body to die, Yang Ming couldn't help it. To deal with people who were stubborn, he had to use some extreme means. Fortunately, this guy's physical fitness was much stronger than ordinary people, so he wouldn't die in a short time. I'll talk. Wu Ming suddenly shouted. "Oh, that's good." Yang Ming leaned over and looked at Wu Ming with interest. "Say it. Since you're going to die anyway, it is better to hit the wall and die now. The Black Widow will not let you go." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Not good. Yang Ming thought to himself. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression. It turned out that he wanted to take the opportunity to commit suicide. Yang Ming looked around. There was a wall not far from Wu Ming, and at this moment, he was intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against the wall at the same time. However, what was that Black Widow? What Black Widow wouldn't let him off? Could it be that the Black Widow was behind him? Wasn't it Gui Jinbiao? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Yang Ming had some doubts. Did Bao Sanli and the others have a feud with a person called Black Widow? Yang Ming shook his head. It was a little unbelievable. He thought that Gui Jinbiao would wait for an opportunity to retaliate, but he didn't expect a Black Widow to appear. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. If this Wu Ming committed suicide, it wouldn't be so wonderful. Although he had found out who the mastermind behind the scenes was through special means, this was only the tip of the iceberg. He was still useful to him, so it would be a pity if he died like this. Hold him down. Yang Ming waved his hand and instructed Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Yes. Hou Zhenhan rushed over without saying anything. Instead, Bao Sanli hesitated before he came over with Hou Zhenhan and held down Wu Ming, who was rolling on the ground. Find a rope and tie him to the bed. Don't let him move. Yang Ming said, this brat isn't confident. Don't commit suicide by hitting the wall later. Hou Zhenhan was stunned. He thought, Brother Yang is really too careful. However, he nodded and followed Yang Ming's instructions with Bao Sanli. Only Wu Ming, who was held down, had a look of regret on his face. His thoughts were exposed by Yang Ming. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to think about it again. In the midst of the pain, Wu Ming couldn't help but think, what is the identity of this young man in front of me? Not only is his means brilliant, but his judgment is also very strong. I just wanted to commit suicide, and he noticed it. In order not to let this guy die in pain, Yang Ming had to reach out and unseal several of his acupuncture points. But the rest of the acupuncture points were enough to make him restless, but it wouldn't be life-threatening. Since you don't want to say it, then just stay here. Yang Ming said faintly, I will find an underling to look after you. When you want to talk, you can let him inform me. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Ming with his eyes wide open. He didn't answer. Yang Ming no longer bothered with him and said to Hou Zhenhan, find 2 underlings to look after him. Let's find a place to talk. Hou Zhenhan naturally followed Yang Ming's instructions. He ordered a few of his more trusted underlings to look after Wu Ming and told them to inform him immediately when Wu Ming wanted to talk. Then he took Yang Ming and Bao Sanli to his office. Yang Ming didn't refuse. After entering the office, he sat on Hou Zhenhan's general manager's seat. He leisurely pointed to the opposite sofa and said to Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, you two sit down. Hou Zhenhan nodded and sat on the opposite sofa. Only Bao Sanli didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly put on airs. But in any case, he was deeply shocked by Yang Ming's ruthless means at the moment. Wu Ming's painful eyes made him feel a little scared when he thought about it. After sitting silently, Bao Sanli glanced at Hou Zhenhan next to him, but his eyes were full of questions. Let me introduce myself first. Yang Ming hesitated and said slowly, I am Mr. Y, spokesperson in the province, responsible for all the affairs in the province. Big Ho is Mr. Y's spokesperson in Songjiang. In other words, he is also my subordinate. This was the excuse that Yang Ming had thought of in advance. Although he had made up his mind to disclose his identity, he still had a little scruples. With his current identity, it was not suitable to appear as the final behind-the-scenes boss, so he simply fabricated the identity of a spokesperson. Anyway, it was almost the same. Except for Mr. Y, Yang Ming was the biggest in the province. Bao Sanli was shocked after listening to Yang Ming's words. His butt bounced up from the sofa like a spring. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously. You are also the boss man? Yang Ming smiled and nodded slowly. Yes, Brother Bao. I am Mr. Y's spokesperson in the province. In other words, I am Big Ho's boss. This. Bao Sanli rubbed his hands uncomfortably like a child. He didn't know what to say for a while. Although he had secretly guessed the identity of Yang Ming, he didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually his and Hou Zhenhan's boss. However, Seeing Ho Junhan's respectful appearance just now, it seemed that what Yang Ming said was true. In this way, isn't my relationship with Yang Ming also a subordinate relationship? Moreover, my position in front of the boss is not even as good as Ho Junhan. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli sighed secretly. No wonder Yang Ming has been unwilling to come over to help me. It turns out that he already has a more prominent identity. Mr. Y's spokesperson in the province. What kind of honor is that? After the last incident where Yu Xiangde was quickly eliminated and the Four Snakes gang was driven away, Mr. Y had become an omnipotent god in Bao Sanli's heart. It was of course a kind of honor to be able to get Mr. Y's trust. Ho Junhan's skill and ability had convinced Bao Sanli. Now, after seeing Yang Ming's means, Bao Sanli was even more amazed. There are so many capable people around the boss. No wonder he is so strong. The only thing Bao Sanli could do now was to follow the boss wholeheartedly. Otherwise, with the powerful strength that Yang Ming had just shown, it would be easy to kill him. This was only Yang Ming alone. God knows how many capable people under the boss who were as strong as Yang Ming, or even stronger than Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli's mentality quickly adjusted. Everyone was working for the boss, and Yang Ming was obviously much closer to the boss than Ho Junhan. If he wanted to get the boss's favor as soon as possible, he must first get Yang Ming's approval. Therefore, Bao Sanli didn't have much thoughts. He quickly said respectfully, "It turns out that Brother Yang is the boss's confidant. Sorry for the disrespect. I have offended you before. Brother Yang, please don't mind." Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Brother Bao, with our friendship, it is meaningless to say this. You can rest assured. As long as you follow the boss and are loyal, then I will report to the boss truthfully." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Bao Sanli said happily. Originally, calling Yang Ming Brother Yang was just a kind of respect, but now it had become respect. However, I have hidden it from Brother Bao for so long. "Please don't mind," Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. "You also know that the boss's orders are greater than everything. When the time is not right, I can't disclose my identity." I understand. For this, Bao Sanli didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. In his opinion, the boss's decision was right. How could he dare to say no? Chapter 557. Brother Yang, we are friends, but now we are working for the boss. Don't mess up the seniority. Don't call me Brother Bao in the future. Call me Sanli or Baozi. Bao Sanli was very sensible. Now Yang Ming's identity was not what it used to be. They were brothers, but if he messed up the seniority and the boss knew about it, it would not be so wonderful. Yang Ming did not object after listening. He nodded with a smile and acquiesced to Bao Sanli's statement. Yang Ming was also very happy that Bao Sanli was so sensible. This also saved a lot of trouble. Bao Sanli would not be arrogant just because he had a good relationship with Yang Ming. "Okay, Baozi." Yang Ming nodded. "Do a good job. The boss will not treat everyone badly." "I understand." Bao Sanli nodded solemnly. He now had no unbalanced mentality. He was also in the underworld. In his opinion, strength was everything. Yang Ming was more powerful than Ho Junhan, so it was normal for him to be the provincial spokesperson. He was not even as good as Ho Junhan, so he could only rely on hard work to fight at the bottom. What's more, Bao Sanli was already very satisfied with his current status. He was not the kind of person who was very ambitious. He fought with Yu Xiangde because of the contradiction between the two people. He was not greedy for these territories. Yang Ming glanced at Ho Junhan and nodded secretly. Fortunately, Ho Junhan was very cooperative and did not say anything inappropriate. In fact, Ho Junhan was also very surprised why Yang Ming said that he was Mr. Y's spokesperson, but Yang Ming's words were reasonable, so Ho Junhan had no objection. Seeing that the matter was solved so smoothly, Yang Ming was also very happy. After all, if the timing of the identity disclosure was not good, it would definitely cause Bao Sanli's dissatisfaction and jealousy, but he did not expect it to be solved like this. It seemed that it was very wise for him to propose that he was Mr. Y's spokesperson. In the future, when he transitioned from the spokesperson to Mr. Y, Bao Sanli would not have too many thoughts because at that time, He had already established absolute authority. Let's keep this a secret for now. Only you and Big Ho know about this. Yang Ming looked at Bao solemnly and said, my other identity is now a student of the school. I don't want to have too much to do with the underworld. Moreover, triad affairs are only a small part of Mr. Y's overall affairs. It doesn't account for much. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Bao solemnly nodded immediately after listening. I know what to do. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Yang Ming stood up. If Wu Ming wants to say it, you can ask the behind-the-scenes mastermind. If you don't want to say it, just lock him up first. Don't kill him. I still have use for this person in the future. Okay, Brother Yang. Ho Jinhan promised. We will look after him. In addition, you and Baozi also pay attention to your safety. Whether this person is sent by Guijin Biao or not, you have to be careful. Yang Ming said, the boss doesn't want to see both of you die. Brother Yang, we will protect ourselves. If there is nothing else, we won't go out. Ho Jinhan and Bao solemnly's expressions became serious. Then I'm leaving. Yang Ming got up and prepared to leave. Let me send you off, Brother Yang. Bao solemnly said quickly. Yang Ming hesitated a little and nodded in agreement. Many people knew that he and Bao solemnly were good brothers. He didn't have to hide anything, so he didn't have to hide too much. Well, let's see how your security company is doing. Brother Yang, please. Ho Jinhan opened the door for Yang Ming and followed Yang Ming with Bao solemnly. They introduced the current situation of the company to Yang Ming. The business of the Ming Yang Security Company was developing very quickly. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that it had already entered the stage of profitability after only a short time of opening. Moreover, it was making a lot of money. In addition to providing security services to some hotels and entertainment venues, the company has now begun to accept personal security services. Ho Jinhan introduced, those who protect the hotels and entertainment cities are basically sent by the brothers of the gangs to hold down the fort. Because of our status in the underworld of Songjiang, those entertainment cities and hotels are also very willing to spend money to hire our people. To put it bluntly, it is the legalization of protection fees. However, one is willing to take the hit, and one is willing to take the hit. We don't insist now, but those bosses are rushing to ask us to go. This idea is good. It's done very well. Yang Ming nodded with relief. I really didn't see the wrong person. Ho Jinhan brought a big surprise to me. However, those hotels and entertainment cities didn't have security guard before. There were security guard before. Those security guards are also there now. They're only responsible for some ordinary jobs, such as taking care of the parking lot and guarding the door. When there is trouble, we still have to rely on our brothers, so those bosses are also willing to use our people. Ho Jinhan explained, although our fees aren't cheap, those bosses won't care about this. After all, when running an entertainment venue, safety is the first priority. Otherwise, why would the guests go to play? That's true. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. How did you start to do personal business? Hee, this is also Brother Ho's idea. Bao solemnly smiled. Brother Ho said that a company must continue to develop. We can't always operate one business. We are gradually bleaching, so personal business is more important. Oh, what do you mean? Yang Ming asked with interest. Hee, aren't I a retired soldier? As soon as I started a business, the people from the demobilization office and the labor bureau came to me and told me not to forget my roots. I can't ignore others when I'm rich. Ho Jinhan shook his head and smiled. So they asked me to solve the work problems of some of the demobilized personnel for them. Bao Ge and I discussed for a bit and agreed. Although these people couldn't provide the special protection services of the entertainment city, they could provide some personal security services. For example, some rich people could hire personal bodyguards for their children or relatives. Then these people could come in handy. All of them are good men. Well done. Yang Ming patted Ho Jinhan's shoulder and said, I'm very pleased. I believe that after Mr. Y knows about it, he will be very happy. Then, I'll trouble Brother Yang to put in a good word in front of Mr. Y. Ho Jinhan immediately said. Looking at the company's thriving business, Yang Ming was very happy. This was also his first industry. Moreover, Ho Jinhan could understand what he meant. The underworld wasn't his ultimate goal. It was just a means to achieve the goal. The three of them went downstairs together, but they saw the company's front desk receptionist and a few strong young men arguing about something. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming frowned and asked. It wasn't a good habit to quarrel at the company's entrance. It would drive away a lot of potential customers. "I'll go and see." Ho Jinhan quickly ran over and asked about the cause of the matter. "Xiao Zhang, what's the matter with these people?" Ho Jinhan asked the receptionist. This was just in time for Brother Yang to come to the company for an inspection. Wasn't this a critical moment? "President Ho, these people came to the company to apply for a job. I explained to them that we don't recruit people here, but they didn't listen." Xiao Zhang explained in a difficult manner. "What's the matter? I'm the manager of this company." Ho Jinhan turned and asked a few strong young men. Just in time, "The manager is here." One of the young men who seemed to be the leader stood up and said, "You explain to us. Why is your company not recruiting? We have a recommendation letter for priority employment from the subdistrict office in our hands. It's the subdistrict office where your company is located. You don't even listen to the words of the subdistrict office?" After Ho Jinhan listened to the young man's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You guys, the subdistrict office is only recommending employment, but our company is not short of people now. Even if we are short of people, we don't recruit from the society. You can go to other companies. We brothers can't do other jobs. We could be a security guard. If you don't let us do it, won't we starve to death?" The young man who took the lead said, "In the district where the subdistrict office is located, you are the only security company. If you don't want us, where can we go? Also, why don't you recruit from the society? We have signed a labor contract with the government. The staff we recruit are all veterans." Ho Jinhan explained. "What's wrong? Is there personal discrimination?" The young man who took the lead wasn't willing to listen. "Let me tell you, our brother's skills aren't worse than those veterans. How can you, the manager, be like this? You also divide people into different classes?" Ho Jinhan was speechless after listening. This young man in front of me is really stubborn. He is too honest. How is this discrimination? Chapter 558. Even Yang Ming, who was watching all this from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "You mean you are very powerful?" "Of course," the young man replied proudly. "For example, I can beat 3 or 4 of you by myself." When this was said, both Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan widened their eyes. No way. This guy really doesn't need to pay taxes for bragging. He dares to say anything. He can beat 3 or 4 of Yang Ming. Ho Junhan didn't dare to say that he could beat Yang Ming with 3 or 4 of him, let alone one against 3 or 4. Is that so?" Yang Ming looked at the young man in front of him. His heart moved and he asked, "What were you originally doing?" "We all graduated from martial arts schools. We were thinking of killing the rich to help the poor. We didn't expect it to be so difficult to find a job." When the young man said this, his face suddenly had some bitterness. "Killing the rich to help the poor?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "You want to apply for a security guard. So first of all, there's a problem with your thinking. Was killing the rich to help the poor? This is not the old society. Those who hire bodyguards are all rich people. If you kill them and rob them, who will dare to hire you in the future?" Ugh. The young man was immediately embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "I just said it casually. It means that our skills aren't weak, but we can't find a suitable job. To tell you the truth, we have more than 30 people. We are all waiting for a meal." "More than 30 people?" Yang Ming took a deep breath. "How come there are so many of you? There are more than 100 of us who graduated from the martial arts school this year. None of us were assigned jobs. We are all from the same hometown in the Northeast, so we came back together. Except for a few who found jobs as guards in government agencies and institutions, we are all unemployed at home." The young man explained. "Let me see your letters of recommendation and graduation certificates." Yang Ming hesitated and said, Can you keep your words? Can you represent this company?" The young man asked carefully. "Brother Yang asked you to take it out. Hurry up and take it out. Don't miss the opportunity." Ho Junhan glanced at the young man and said, "Okay, okay." When a young man saw that the manager of the company had said so, it seemed that there was a way. He quickly reached out and opened the briefcase of a person behind him. He took out a large stack of certificates and handed them to Yang Ming. Yang Ming flipped through it casually. These people were indeed graduates of the same martial arts school, and they also had employment recommendations issued by the sub-district office. There shouldn't be any problems with his identity. You said your skills are not bad? Yang Ming returned the materials to the young man and asked. That's right. I already said, I'm very strong. The young man patted his chest and said, Well, you compete with him. Let me see your kung fu. Yang Ming pointed at Ho Junhan and said, Ah. The young man was stunned and opened his mouth wide. This is not very good. He is the manager of the company. If I hurt him, can he still arrange a job for me? Here, I have the final say. Yang Ming said faintly, I'll let you compete. You show me your real skills. Otherwise, leave immediately. The opportunity is in front of you. Whether you can seize it or not, it depends on your own performance. Well, for the brothers, I will go all out. The young man clenched his teeth and said, But I have a request. Even if I hurt him, if you want to retaliate against me, you can leave me. But for my brothers, you have to at least solve the job problems of 5 people. Okay, I promise you. Yang Ming smiled. This guy isn't as honest as he looks. He is still a bit scheming. Not bad. If he really has the ability, he will become a good sword by my side after some training. Come on. The young man walked to the center of the company hall and said to Ho Junhan. Ho Junhan didn't move. He turned to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, I say, you can't stand at the door of our company if you want to compete. Let's go. Take him to a training room. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli took the young man, a total of 5 people, to find an empty training room. After closing the door, Yang Ming nodded to Ho Junhan and said, You go. Don't be merciful. Okay. Ho Junhan turned and greeted the young man. Although the young man said that he hurt Ho Junhan, he had already been merciful. After all, he was asking others to find a job for them to make a living. If he really hurt Ho Junhan, it wouldn't be good for anyone. However, when Ho Junhan made a move, the young man's brows immediately frowned, and his expression became much more serious. He had already felt the pressure. Ho Junhan wasn't simple. The young man originally thought that the company's boss wouldn't know any kung fu. He didn't expect that Ho Junhan not only knew kung fu, but also wasn't weak. The young man had to take it seriously. Originally, he intended to be perfunctory, but now it became a real competition. Ho Junhan was instructed by Yang Ming. He was merciless and fierce, which made the young man, who was unprepared, somewhat unprepared. However, gradually, the young man could actually counter Ho Junhan's attacks. Hey! Yang Ming was stunned. He knew what kind of skills Ho Junhan had. Although he wasn't as good as himself, he was also one of the best among normal people. This young man could actually resist Ho Junhan's fierce attack. Moreover, what made Yang Ming more and more surprised was that this young man could not only defend, but after gradually understanding Ho Junhan's moves, he also began to tentatively attack. Good. Yang Ming cheered in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. However, Yang Ming's heart was quickly calculating some things. Since Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli were attacked by assassins, Yang Ming felt that he was somewhat powerless. Although his skills could be said to be very badass, it was only him alone. For many things, Yang Ming couldn't do everything respectfully. For example, Guo Jinbiu's matter. Yang Ming was so busy recently that he didn't have the mind to go to Jiduan City to find trouble with Guo Jinbiu. But if he had people under him, this kind of small matter could be handed over to them. Of course, the so-called people under him didn't refer to Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. They were his own forces on the surface, and the direction of development was also based on their career. What Yang Ming was thinking was, can I have more talents similar to assassins under my command? Even if they weren't as good as me, at least they can be independent after my training. This was the so-called dark forces. Many things that were inconvenient for Ho Jinhan and the others to do could be handed over to the dark forces. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw the young man and the others, he immediately had the idea of recruiting them for his own use. However, whether these people could be of great use still needed to be examined. So Yang Ming proposed to let the young man compete with Ho Jinhan. But now it seemed that this person's skills were not bad. It was not bad to be able to tie with Ho Jinhan. Previously, Yang Ming didn't think about recruiting some veterans to form his own dark forces, but then Yang Ming dispelled this idea. The people who came out of the army were more upright. If they were asked to do something like murder and robbery, many people might disagree. Even if they reluctantly did it for the sake of living, they wouldn't feel comfortable in their hearts. But these people in front of him were different. They graduated from martial arts schools. Their thoughts were not so deeply rooted in the distinction between good and evil. It was easier for Yang Ming to subdue their hearts. The reason why they learn martial arts, most people's purpose may be the same as what the young man just said, to be strong and help the weak, to kill the rich and help the poor. Therefore, this group of people who worshipped the heroes of the jungle were easier to be assimilated by Yang Ming's thoughts. Because most of the things that Yang Ming asked them to do were to take advantage of the situation, which was similar to the heroes of the jungle in the past. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was so concerned about these people. Okay, stop. Yang Ming saw that the young man was getting braver and nodded with satisfaction. What's your name? My name is Li Chong. Li from Li Shimin, Chong from Chong. They all call me Pluto. The young man stopped and said to Yang Ming, Pluto? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. I look a bit like Pluto in Popeye, so my classmates call me Pluto. Li Chong smiled embarrassedly. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming watched a few episodes of Popeye when he accompanied Lin Jiyun to watch cartoons in Donghai. So when Li Chong explained, he remembered. Chapter 559. How are the skills of the brothers behind you? Yang Ming looked at Li Chong and asked, There are a few who are about the same as me. The others are worse than me, but not by much. Li Chong answered truthfully, I didn't expect your manager to be so powerful. If it were you, I wouldn't have to fight so hard. Yang Ming frowned. Why does this guy like to use me as an example? I am their future boss. This habit is not good. I have to kill this guy's prestige. Otherwise, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it were me, then you would already be dead. Yang Ming said in a plain tone, but there was a faint sense of condescension in his tone. What? Li Chong was stunned and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Yang Ming didn't bother with him anymore. He just said, How many people do you have? We have a total of 39 people. Although Li Chong was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's words, he also knew that since Yang Ming asked this question now, it meant that he might want them, so he had to answer honestly. How many are about the same as you? Yang Ming continued to ask. There are about 6 or 7. Li Chong hesitated and said, How many? 6 or 7. Yang Ming frowned and asked. 6. Li Chong replied quickly. When he heard Yang Ming's question, he thought that Yang Ming wanted to choose the best people among them to stay. So he deliberately said one more. He didn't expect to be seen through, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What about the rest? Yang Ming continued to ask. There are 15 people who are slightly worse than me, and the others are slightly worse. Li Chong didn't dare to hide this time. Well, all 39 of you don't have a job, right? Yang Ming asked. Yes. Li Chong nodded. You can all work with me. The first fixed salary is 1,000 yuan a month. If you go on a mission, it will be calculated separately. Yang Ming nodded and said, Can you accept it? Huh? Li Chong opened his mouth wide in surprise and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. Do you think it's too little or you're not willing to do it? Yang Ming asked impatiently. No, quite a few. Are you telling the truth? All 39 of us can follow you, and you will give each of us a salary of 1,000 yuan? Li Chong stuttered in disbelief. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. If you don't have any objections, then call your brothers over. Settle down here first. I'll make arrangements for you in a few days. Okay, Okay, I'll immediately inform the brothers to come over. Boss, thank you. Thank you. Li Chong was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Today, he came to this security company to apply for a job with a tentative attitude. After all, he had been rejected many times. The reason why he was so unreasonable before was that he really had no choice. There were more than 30 people. If no one found a job, how could they eat and drink? Li Chong was their class monitor. So Li Chong decided that no matter what, whether it was coaxing or acting shamelessly, he must leave a few people in the security company. In this way, he could earn some money, and at least he could help the other brothers. They didn't ask for too high a salary. It was good to be able to give a few hundred yuan, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to ask for 1,000. This was higher than many company employees with academic qualifications. Arrange a place for them to live. Yang Ming instructed Ho Zhenhan. Then, buy me a place in the suburbs or in a remote place. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Don't let the other brothers in the company know about these people. Yang Ming said. Okay, no problem. Bao Sanli also said quickly. After coming out of Bao Sanli's company, Yang Ming went straight home. If he was out for too long, his parents would definitely have questions. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai went to West Star Mountain again. Although it was during the day, they were scared out of their wits because of what happened last night. They carefully came to the burial site and saw the rubble that was dug out yesterday. Wang Shifan's heart was cold. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong place yesterday. Su Daji's body did disappear. Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai looked at each other. Both of them could see the fear in each other's eyes. What should we do? Wang Shifan took a deep breath and asked Huang Yukai. Damn, I don't believe it. Can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Huang Yukai clenched his teeth. Let's go to the place yesterday and see. You mean the direction where you saw Su Daji? Wang Shifan's face changed. Yes. How can we catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Huang Yukai said fiercely. Wang Shifan couldn't help it. This matter was very strange, but if he didn't deal with it, he wouldn't be at ease. So, he had to push Huang Yukai and force himself to walk in the direction where he saw Su Daji yesterday. Huang Yukai and Wang Shifan exclaimed at the same time as they pointed at a body on the ground. That was Su Daji's body. However, the body was too weird. The whole body was emitting a faint blue light, which turned into a blue-green color. Damn, what is this thing? Wang Shifan only felt that his scalp was numb. Fuck, who cares about his grandmother? Huang Yukai had a good point. That was, no matter how scared he was in his heart, he was really ruthless when he started to be ruthless. Huang Yukai didn't say anything. He picked up the concentrated sulfuric acid and poured it on Su Daji's face. However, the strange thing was that when the concentrated sulfuric acid was sprinkled on Su Daji's face, there was no reaction. It flowed down like water. And Huang Yukai was stunned. Why isn't it corroding? As he said this, he poured it on Su Daji's face a few more times. Damn it, this can't be fake sulfuric acid, right? Su Daji was somewhat inexplicable. It can't be, right? Wang Shifan took the sulfuric acid in Su Daji's hand and glanced at it. Yesterday, I saw that the seller didn't look like a good person. I really didn't expect him to fool me. As Wang Shifan said this, he took the sulfuric acid and wanted to pour it on his hand. President Wang, don't. Huang Yukai saw it and quickly stopped him. But it was already too late. Wang Shifan screamed. Bubbles appeared on his left hand. With a squeak, a large piece of flesh was burned away. The sulfuric acid bottle also fell to the ground and broke. President Wang, are you okay? Huang Yukai was shocked. Why is President Wang so reckless recently? He wasn't like this before. It was no wonder. Recently, Wang Shifan was distracted by Su Daji's body. He was a bit impulsive just now. He didn't care about Su Daji's body on the ground. Huang Yukai quickly took his clothes and bandaged Wang Shifan's hand. Wang Shifan still frowned because of the pain. The car was driven to the foot of the mountain with difficulty. The two people changed to a taxi to go to the hospital. After the wound was treated, Wang Shifan collapsed on the hospital bed and was given an intravenous drip. That body, what do we do? When the doctors in the ward left, Wang Shifan asked Huang Yukai with some worry. Forget it. It's nothing. I don't know how the body mutated. Huang Yukai persuaded. Even if the police found it, it's not a big deal. This kind of thing may be listed as an X file. Maybe they thought that Su Daji was captured by aliens for experiments. And that makes sense. Wang Shifan thought, this Huang Yukai really has a lot of ideas. The two people also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the body had mutated, they didn't have to worry. At that time, it might be treated as a scientific research topic. Wang Shifan was hospitalized. Zhou Jiejia was very anxious. If he didn't go home, then he wouldn't use the computer in the study. Then, her plan to steal the information had to be postponed. Her only belief now was to get rid of the Wang family quickly so that Yang Ming wouldn't be threatened. In addition to going to Wang Shifan's house every day, Zhou Jiejia was anxious to think about how to steal the evidence of Wang Shifan's smuggling as soon as possible. Ho Jinhan also bought an abandoned factory in the suburbs according to Yang Ming's instructions. Then, he moved Li Chong and a total of 39 people to the factory. This night, Yang Ming came to the factory in the suburbs. He carried a small black bag with 40,000 yuan in it. It was the first month's salary for Li Chong and others. In order to let them work for him with peace of mind, Yang Ming decided to give them the first month's money in advance. Boss, Li Chong was watching TV in the factory. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Are all the brothers here? Yang Ming glanced around and asked. Chapter 560. Li Chong, what's the matter? Are you usually so undisciplined in a martial arts school? Don't you have any discipline? Yang Ming asked coldly. Li Chong was a little embarrassed, but Yang Ming was telling the truth. He was indeed a little undisciplined. Boss, each of us has real talent and can take charge independently, a young man said with some dissatisfaction. We are not those primary school students. What's the use of being so well organized? You think you are very capable, don't you? Yang Ming glanced at him and asked coldly. Lu Chao, stop talking. Apologize to the boss. Li Chong glared at him and reprimanded him. I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Chao said with a stiff neck. We have the strength. Everyone can take charge independently. What do we need those things for? Hee good. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. You think you are very capable, right? Then I will give you a chance. If you can beat me, I won't ask you to do anything in the future. You could do whatever you want. Otherwise, you have to listen to whatever I say in the future. Okay, this is what you said. Lu Chao didn't wait for Li Chong to speak and took a step forward. Lu Chao, you apologize to the boss right now, or I won't recognize you as a brother. Li Chong was furious. It wasn't easy to find a job for his brothers. The boss said whatever. If they angered the boss, they wouldn't need them anymore. Then, they would really be desperate. At that time, a hero would be stumped. No need. Yang Ming waved his hand to stop Li Chong. Who among you has the same idea as Lu Chao? You can stand up. When Yang Ming said this, a few people who were not convinced immediately stood up. Li Chong was so angry that he stomped his feet, but he couldn't do anything. Very well, you can team up and challenge me. Yang Ming looked at the few people in front of him and said faintly, That's not necessary. I can deal with you alone. Lu Chao said loudly. If I deal with you alone, I'm afraid that they won't accept it. How about this? All of you come together. Yang Ming's tone was full of contempt and disdain. You think you are very powerful just because you know some three-legged cat's tricks? To tell you the truth, I took you in as just a moment of kindness. Don't take yourself too seriously. Your kung fu isn't in my eyes. Lu Chao and a few young men who stood up. Only Li Chong secretly felt that something was wrong. When he was in the company, he thought that he could easily deal with Ho Jinhan, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Therefore, when he saw that Yang Ming was full of confidence, Li Chong didn't know why. He felt that this matter seemed to be a bit suspenseful. However, Lu Chao and the others didn't think so. They thought that Yang Ming was either pretending or his brain was damaged. Or he was certain that he was the boss, so they didn't dare to do anything to him. Okay, come on. Yang Ming stretched out his index finger and said to them, "Hurry up. My time is limited. I don't want to waste it." Oomph. Lu Chao was the most dissatisfied among these people, so he was the first to launch an attack. Seeing Lu Chao's attack, several other people also attacked without mercy. Although it seemed a bit unethical to team up to fight for the sake of face and dignity, they went all out. They just couldn't bear to see Yang Ming being arrogant in front of them. Fancy moves. Yang Ming's mouth showed a mocking smile, and then he made a move. Yang Ming's attack was very simple, but few people could see it clearly, including Li Chong. Everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and Yang Ming had already completed the attack on the 6 people in front of him. Fast, ruthless, and accurate were the 3 elements of Yang Ming's attack. Lu Chao and the other 5 people squatted on the ground while holding their abdomens in pain. They were in so much pain that they were sweating. But fortunately, the willpower of these people was strong enough. No one cried out in pain. At this moment, everyone, including Li Chong, was shocked. Is this still a human skill? It is actually so fast to an incredible point. It wasn't known if others had noticed it, but Li Chong's observation was very subtle. Lu Chao and the other 5 people, they were covering the same part. In other words, Yang Ming could accurately attack the desired part with a very fast attack speed. There was no difference. If Ho Jinhan could be on par with them, then Yang Ming and them were not at the same level at all. Li Chong had a feeling of being in trance. Never mind Lu Chao and the other 6 people. Even if all 39 of them went up, they might not be Yang Ming's opponent. What a bunch of useless frills. Yang Ming snorted and reprimanded mercilessly. If I just attacked your neck or temple, you would be dead now. In fact, there were many fatal acupuncture points on the human body, but they wouldn't understand if he said it out loud. Yang Ming picked 2 fatal points that everyone was familiar with as an example. Lu Chao and the other 5 people were already ashen-faced at this moment. They didn't have the complacent look just now. Instead, it was replaced by sadness and silence. They were convinced. They were completely convinced. There was no luck. They knew it very well. If it happened again, or even 100 times, the result would still be the same. They would lose without a doubt. Who else thinks you can do it? Stand up? Yang Ming glanced at the people in the field and said coldly, "Silence. Silence." No one dared to stand up. Yang Ming's powerful, ghost-like skill was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Even the coach they worshipped in the martial arts school might not be able to withstand one move from this person in front of them. Indeed, Yang Ming's attack didn't have any fancy moves. One move was enough to kill any one of them. This was strength. They had no choice but to accept it. I'm giving you the opportunity to challenge me now. Yang Ming saw that no one came out, so he continued, "If you don't challenge me now, I will take it that you accept it. Then, you must follow my words in the future." No one spoke, and no one stood up. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at everyone's face. When he glanced at one person, the person lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. It seemed that his move just now had subdued them. These guys who worshipped the strong were completely convinced by him. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Well, since no one has any objections now, then I don't want to hear any objections in the future. In front of me, don't say anything like why. What you have to do is to obey." This. Li Chong was a little embarrassed. "Boss, what do you want us to do?" Although these people didn't have a source of income now, it was good enough to find a job. However, now it seemed that what Yang Ming wanted them to do wasn't security work. Normal people also wanted to figure out what the boss wanted them to do. Otherwise, no one would be at ease. "Okay, I can answer this question." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let me ask you, why did you go to the martial arts school to learn martial arts?" After Li Chong and the others heard Yang Ming's words, they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Gradually, an excited expression appeared on their faces. "Li Chong, you go first." Yang Ming smiled slightly and said to Li Chong, "My wish is to be a hero and get rid of those bad guys." Li Chong said while gritting his teeth. "Oh." Yang Ming looked at Li Chong with interest. "Why do you have this idea?" "In the beginning, my girlfriend was raped by a big boss in the village. The purpose of my martial arts is to kill him. Recalling the past, Li Chong's eyes were full of anger. Oh, then why don't you sue him? Yang Ming continued to ask. Sue him? How can I sue him? The big boss took money to my girlfriend's house and directly settled her parents. Her parents not only didn't let her report the case, but also let her be the boss's mistress. Li Chong's breathing became rapid. I want revenge. Did you get your revenge? Yang Ming asked faintly. No. Speaking of this, Li Chong was a little depressed. It is said that the boss cheated the money and ran away. My girlfriend also disappeared. What about you? Yang Ming turned to ask Lu Chao and the others. These people had a variety of reasons, but most of them were the same as Li Chong. Yang Ming smiled. Yes, this was also the reason why he chose these people. Chapter 561. Yang Ming looked at the group of people whose gazes had turned fiery, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Is this the purpose of you learning martial arts? Most people nodded helplessly. Indeed, it was a lie to say that it was good for one's body. Who would learn something that was not easy to find a job? As they grew older, they gradually understood a lot of things. They were no longer as impulsive as before and understood the hardships of society. You all understand now. Some people clearly do bad things, but they don't get the punishment they deserve. Yang Ming paused and said, some things can't be solved in the open, so they have to be solved in the dark. What I want you to do is to let you solve some things that can't be solved in the open. When everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they immediately looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Chong who said, Boss, are you saying that you want us to do something illegal? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Li Chong. He did not speak for a long time, but Li Chong's sweat fell. The oppressive feeling in Yang Ming's eyes was so strong that even his breathing felt unnatural. Of course, all of this was due to Yang Ming's powerful skills. Boss, Li Chong lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Li Chong, you disappoint me. Yang Ming said lightly, well, let me ask you, do you think that in ancient times a hero killed a tyrant who committed all kinds of crimes? Is that illegal? This is different. Li Chong's eyes flickered as he replied. Well, if you think it's different, then let me ask you again. Tell me, what would you do if you saw the boss who raped your girlfriend one day? I will never let him have an easy time. I will tear him into pieces. After Li Chong finished speaking, he couldn't help but be startled. He casually said with some embarrassment, I understand, boss. What about you guys? Yang Ming turned to look at the others. In fact, when Yang Ming asked Li Chong, everyone understood. Originally, these people were martial artists. They didn't have a strong distinction between right and wrong. When they heard what Yang Ming said, they felt that it was reasonable, so they nodded to show that they understood. But I promise I won't ask you to do anything to innocent people. Yang Ming looked at the crowd and said, your dream of being a hero will come true in the future. Obviously, Yang Ming's words had completely changed these people's view of right and wrong. At this moment, there was only excitement left. Yesterday's distant dream was about to come true. How could they not be excited? Okay, those who are willing to stay and work with me can come to me to get this month's living expenses. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll still give you 500 yuan for your trip out of here. As Yang Ming spoke, he opened his handbag and took out a stack of money. Can we become as strong as you, boss? Li Chong was the first to take the 1,000 yuan that Yang Ming handed over. His eyes were full of passion. Yes, for those who stay, I will give you intensive training. Yang Ming nodded. At that time, each of you will really be able to take charge independently. Okay, I'll stay. Li Chong nodded solemnly. People who learn martial arts have a mentality of worship for the strong. They can have the opportunity to become stronger. This is more attractive than anything else. If Yang Ming had said before that he could become as strong as him, then Li Chong would not have asked those questions at all. In his opinion, this was much more than the previous question. Boss, are you serious? Lu Chao, who was not convinced before, suddenly asked in surprise. Of course, I don't need trash. Yang Ming said lightly, my men are all strong. Okay, I'll stay too. Lu Chao also went forward to get the money, but his expression at the moment was much more respectful. Others also said that they wanted to stay, and no one left. This made Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. If I knew this, I wouldn't have said the emotional nonsense before. These people are simply martial arts fanatics. When it comes to learning from me, they don't care about anything else. After the 39 people received the money, Yang Ming registered their names one by one. Now, no one had any doubts about Yang Ming because Yang Ming was unattainable in their eyes. First, do a good job at discipline. When I feel satisfied, then I will teach you martial arts. Yang Ming glanced at the 39 people who were scattered in formation and shook his head. Although, as an assassin, the chances of a solo mission were higher, the possibility of large-scale collective combat was not ruled out. Therefore, discipline was still very important. He didn't want to be in a state of disunity. I will find Big Ho, which is Ho Jinhan, President Ho, to train you. Yang Ming said, Li Chong, you're the class monitor. Now you continue to be the captain of everyone. Solve your own meals. Don't worry, boss. Li Chong nodded and said. The others had no opinion. Even if Yang Ming did not let Li Chong be the captain, he was still the leader of these people. On the same day, Yang Ming called Ho Jinhan and asked him to come over and train the 39 people. Of course, it was to train them with the same plan as when training recruits. For Yang Ming's instructions, Ho Jinhan naturally did not dare to delay. He immediately trained these people. And because Yang Ming's identity was made public, there was also an explanation for Bao Sanli's side. These people were all from the martial arts school. There were a lot of group activities in school, although they were not as strict as the soldiers. After Ho Jinhan's night and day training, these people were more well-behaved. When Yang Ming came the next day, it seemed that there was such a matter. According to Ho Jinhan's recommendation, a few people with good kung fu and quality were selected. One was Li Chong, another was Lu Chao, and the other was Wang Peng. These three people were the best of the 39 people. Yang Ming divided the 39 people into three groups. Li Chong, Lu Chao, and Wang Peng each led a group. Li Chong was the leader of the first group and the captain. Lu Chao and Wang Peng were the leaders of the second and third groups. The three of you don't need to use your real names. It is inconvenient for you to do missions in the future. Let's do this. You each have a code name. Li Chong, you will be called Pluto. Yang Ming instructed. When I was in school, they called me Martian. I will be called Martian, said Lu Chao. My name is Xiaoyi. Wang Peng was less talkative. He only had 4 short words. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Go back and give your team members a code name. When you're on a mission in the future, don't call each other by their names. During this time, you all should practice with each other. Yes, the three people said in unison. It seemed that Ho Jinhan's training had a certain effect. Yang Ming developed a set of training plans for these people according to Fong Tian's training method yesterday. Of course, Yang Ming had some reservations. After all, Fong Tian had not allowed him to accept apprentices or spread these things out. Yang Ming just summarized a set of methods to quickly improve physical attack skills and some quick killing moves. Of course, for those more secretive things like acupuncture points, he would not take them out. Even so, it was a great help for the improvement of these people. Yang Ming believed that it would not be long before Yang Ming's men could be independent. At least, it would not be a problem to deal with guys like Wu Ming. Yang Ming told the first part of the training plan to Li Chong and let him lead these people to train step by step. After doing this, Yang Ming began to think about Fong Tian's prescription. Yang Ming wanted to improve the strength of these people in a short time, so he had to use these auxiliary things. It was just that Fong Tian was not in Songjiang now, and Yang Ming couldn't contact him. He could only go to Fong Tian's house and search. Maybe he could find a prescription. In the past few days before the new year, Yang Ming really rested. He was so busy in the past that he didn't have time to take care of his own affairs. Since he obtained his special abilities, he had not stopped. It was really like the saying that the butterfly had a storm effect. His life could no longer be as dull as before. It was really the kind of opponent that one would encounter at a certain level. He didn't have such great ability before, and he didn't dare to provoke those heavyweight enemies easily. In the past few days before the new year, Yang Ming took the time to look at the book about voodoo healing that Lan Ling gave him through Grandpa's Although he didn't understand much, and he needed to search for information online for a long time to get a general idea, he had a deeper understanding of voodoo on the side of the municipal criminal investigation team. After the cooperation between Xia Shui and the customs, they actually found a big pest in the customs. His official position was not high, but he was very powerful. After a surprise interrogation, he confessed to the smuggling process of the Mercedes-Benz cars, but the contact was so dodgy. The clue was broken again. Because of this, Chun Fei was so angry that he scolded Xia Shui. Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me? You acted on your own initiative and took action against the customs people. Do you know that you were alerting the enemy by doing this? You have found him, but the criminal is hidden even deeper. Chapter 562. Xia Shui didn't know the stakes in this. She was happy that she had made a great contribution, but she didn't expect to be scolded. She suddenly felt wronged. If I don't catch him, should I keep him? Xia Shui, when can you be more mature? Do you understand the big picture? Chun Fei shook his head. He is just a small character. The behind-the-scenes boss hasn't surfaced yet. Captain Chun. Xia Shui was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Chun Fei. She immediately sobered up. Indeed, she was too impulsive at the time. Xia Shui didn't ask for permission to take action against the pest at the customs because she was eager to make a contribution. She really wanted to make a contribution. She was afraid that the other people in the team would look down on her, so she wanted to do something big. She didn't expect to do something bad. Okay, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to be responsible for this matter. Hand over your gun later. You will be suspended for a month. Go back and reflect on it. Chun Fei waved his hand and said angrily, Captain Chun, I will ask for permission next time. Don't suspend me. When Xia Shui heard that she was going to be suspended, she immediately became anxious. Suspension is already a tolerance for you. I even want to transfer you to the police station to be a household registration officer. Chun Fei finished and ignored Xia Shui. He turned and went out the door. Before he left, he said, send a reflection to my desk later. Yes. Xia Shui didn't dare to have any objections this time. If she said anything, she was afraid that she couldn't even be a criminal police officer. Xia Shui was a little self-reproachful. Why am I so stupid? Am I really not suitable to be a criminal police officer? I am a woman, so do I have to do some clerical work? Xia Shui resisted the urge to cry and finished the reflection. Then, she handed her gun and the reflection to Chun Fei. Then, she left the police station with her head down. Looking at the familiar office building behind her, Xia Shui finally couldn't help but cry. Dee. There was a sound of a car horn behind Xia Shui. Annoying. Xia Shui immediately scolded. There are so many roads, but you don't walk. Why do you have to follow behind me? As she said this, she turned and was about to scold the driver behind her, but she immediately stopped. Second uncle. Xia Shui looked at the taxi behind her in a daze. Silly niece, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Xia Jidong stopped the car, jumped out of the driver's seat, and quickly ran to Xia Shui. Second uncle. I'm fine. Xia Shui quickly wiped the tears on her face, but her red and swollen eyes couldn't deceive anyone. Look at you, child. You're clearly crying, yet you say you're fine. Xia Jidong shook his head and said, hurry up and get in the car first. It's windy outside, and your eyes will be swollen. This time, Xia Shui didn't insist and followed Xia Jidong to the car. Hey, you can't park here. What's wrong with you? Quickly drive away. A traffic policeman just came over and shouted at Xia Jidong. If you don't leave, I will give you a ticket. What are you making so much noise for? Xia Shui was already in a bad mood. Now that there were still people making noise, she immediately reprimanded them unhappily. There were very few police officers in Songjiang who didn't know Xia Shui. First, it was because Xia Shui's reputation as a female T-Rex was very well known. Second, she was the only criminal police officer in Songjiang who had been transferred from the criminal police team to the traffic police team to reflect. How could these traffic policemen not know her? When they saw Xia Shui, they immediately closed their mouths. They thought, who provoked this female T-Rex again? It's better to talk less with her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they were beaten by her. Xia Jidong just wanted to explain, but he saw that his niece reprimanded the traffic police that he was most afraid of in a few words. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This niece is really badass. After getting in the car, Xia Shui still looked like she didn't want to be provoked. Xia Jidong was somewhat helpless. I say, niece, what's wrong? Is your work not going well? Or did someone bully you? Second uncle, don't ask. It's nothing. Xia Shui shook her head. Being suspended was such a shameful thing. How could Xia Shui say it out loud? I don't know why you're doing this. Our family situation isn't bad, and we don't lack money. You say, why do you want to be a criminal police officer as a girl? This is the work of other men. Why do you want to join the fun? Xia Jidong shook his head and said, listen to your second uncle. Don't do this anymore. Just resign. Let your dad introduce you to a good partner. Be together for a few years and then get married. How good would it be to stay at home and take care of your husband and children? Second uncle, you are right. Xia Shui nodded and said slowly. Xia Jidong was just happy, but he heard Xia Shui say, why do you have to drive a taxi? Isn't it good to go to my dad's company to help? Why do you have to do this hard work? Xia Jidong was speechless by Xia Shui's words. He only hated himself for talking too much just now. This time, he lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. Xia Jidong said helplessly, your second uncle doesn't have any economic mind. He doesn't want to think about those things in business. If I were to manage your dad's company, it would be ruined in 2.5 days. Don't you know your second uncle? He only knows how to put in a lot of effort and doesn't know how to do other things. You say that if I were to go to your dad's company to be a driver, wouldn't people laugh at your dad? If the chairman's younger brother is a driver, wouldn't it be good if it was spread out? Yeah, second uncle, since this is the case, you don't have to persuade me. Being a criminal police officer was my childhood dream. Moreover, I want to be a criminal police officer who can solve big cases. I don't want to be a waste like now. Xia Shui nodded and said, waste? How are you a waste? Who dares to say that my niece is a waste? Xia Jidong said quickly. Who said that? Second uncle will fight with him. Second uncle. Xia Shui was angry and funny. Don't add to the trouble. I'm really fine. It's just that I messed up my work. Captain Chen asked me to go back and reflect. Messed up? Which newcomer doesn't make mistakes? Think about it. Second uncle will send you home. Xia Jidong shook his head. He couldn't ask more about Xia Shui's work. After getting out of the car, Xia Shui didn't go home directly. Instead, she went to the Blue Fish Bar. She wasn't in a good mood today. Xia Shui wanted to get drunk. It was naturally boring to drink alone. Xia Shui wanted to find someone to accompany her, but when she took out her phone and looked at the contact list above, Xia Shui suddenly had an urge to cry. After graduation for more than a year, Xia Shui almost cut off all her previous friends and devoted herself to work. She usually worked and worked. She didn't even have a friend to play with. Looking at the contact list on the phone, besides her colleagues, it was her family. Xia Shui shook her head helplessly. Yang Ming? Xia Shui suddenly saw a name on the phone. Her heart suddenly moved. He should be coming to accompany me, right? Last time, he was the one who accompanied me to drink. This kid, sometimes he is really good. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Yang Ming's phone. Yang Ming was reading the voodoo medical book that Lan Ling left for him at home. When the phone rang, he picked it up. Hello, Yang Ming. I'm Xia Shui, said Xia Shui. Xia Shui? Why are you looking for me? Yang Ming was quite puzzled. Since the last time he drank with Xia Shui, he hadn't seen her again. It has been a long time. I don't know why Xia Shui is looking for me. You come over and treat me to a drink. Xia Shui said as if she was ordering. Me? Treat you to a drink? Now. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Isn't this woman too overbearing? I have seen unreasonable people, but I have never seen someone as unreasonable as her. Yes, now I'm at the Blue Fish Bar. You come over immediately, said Xia Shui. I say, did you make a mistake? Do you think I will go over just because you ask me to? Let's not talk about whether I have something to do here. Your attitude is a bit problematic. You want me to go over and treat you? Are you sick? Yang Ming was amused. Yang Ming, you promised me to be my long-term meal ticket. Okay, Are you going back on your words? How many times have you treated me? Xia Shui was immediately unwilling. Yang Ming patted his head. I really forgot about this. However, what was said couldn't be undone. As a man, he was too lazy to argue with her. So he said, "It's not that I can't treat you to a drink, but can you make an appointment in advance next time?" Yang Ming, are you done or not? I'm in a bad mood. I let you accompany me because I think you deserve it. I treat you as a good brother. You're still making excuses. Forget it. If you don't want to come, then forget it. After that, she hung up the phone. Ridiculous. Yang Ming looked at the phone that was hung up. A burst of anger came up. Who are you pretending with? I'm not going. Putting the phone aside, Yang Ming continued to read the voodoo book. Chapter 563. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry, but Xia Shui was. It didn't take long for the phone to call again. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone helplessly. Is there anything else? Yang Ming, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Xia Shui seemed to have forgotten what she had just said. She asked where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Isn't this too powerful? So, he laughed. Didn't you not let me go? Who said that? Don't be shameless. If you're a man, you should abide by the agreement and come quickly. Xia Shui's words raised the matter to the level of whether he was a man or not. Well, you wait for me. Yang Ming thought, if I don't go, I'm not a man. Can I still not go if you say so? Besides, I did promise Xia Shui that I wouldn't refuse when I treat her. Yang Ming hid the voodoo book. It was better not to let his parents see this kind of thing, lest his father said that he didn't do his job properly. His father's generation was the kind of atheist who didn't believe in this kind of thing. They might say that he was superstitious. After informing his family, Yang Ming rushed to the Blue Fish Bar near Xia Shui's home. The owner of the Blue Fish Bar knew Yang Ming. He was the young man who carried Xia Shui away last time. He smiled ambiguously at Yang Ming. Are you looking for Xia Shui? She's in the innermost booth, the usual position. Yang Ming nodded and walked over. Xia Shui had already started drinking. When she saw Yang Ming, she pointed to the seat opposite. Sit down. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at the row of beer bottles in front of Xia Shui and knew that something must have happened to Xia Shui. Drink with me. Boss, give me 10 more bottles of beer. I want Songjiang beer. Xia Shui waved her hand and said to the boss, drinking a large bottle of Songjiang beer in such a stylish bar. Only Xia Shui could do this. However, the boss was obviously very familiar with Xia Shui. He didn't care at all. When he heard Xia Shui's call, he asked the waiter to bring a box of beer over. However, there was still a difference between the beer in the bar and the one sold at the food stalls outside. The packaging was more high-end. The price was also a level higher. Why do you suddenly want to drink in broad daylight? Yang Ming shook his head, picked up a bottle of beer, and clinked it with Xia Shui. I was suspended by Captain Shun. Xia Shui suddenly sighed and said, Is it funny? What's so funny? Yang Ming frowned. If I wanted to laugh at you, I wouldn't have come. Tell me what happened. There are confidentiality rules. I can't tell you. He didn't expect Xia Shui to be so sober after drinking. She didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. I think it's most likely that you're too eager for quick success and quick benefits. In the end, you overreach yourself, right? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Needless to say, Xia Shui was probably suspended because of this. Huh? How do you know? Xia Shui was stunned. Did Captain Shin tell you? Yang Ming was a little amused. Do I need to tell you? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? However, seeing that Xia Shui's mood was low, this couldn't be said. He could only persuade her. No, but in TV dramas, isn't it usually like this when a person is suspended? Xia Shui didn't know what to say. She didn't know what to say. That's true. AI, why am I so stupid? I wanted to solve a big case, but the result was that I ruined it and ruined everyone's plan. Xia Shui said with some sadness. Everyone makes mistakes, right? Yang Ming persuaded. How long were you suspended? 1 month. It was said to be 1 month. I don't know how long it is. Xia Shui sighed. Last time, I was transferred to the traffic police team to reflect. It was said to be 1 week, but I was there for 2 months. Isn't it half a year this time? Let's do it this way. After a month, if you haven't been reinstated, I will go to Uncle Chun to plead for you. Yang Ming comforted, I think I should still have some face. Really? Xia Shui's eyes lit up. Thank you, Yang Ming. You're a good person. What? Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed after listening to Xia Shui's words. I'm a good person? I don't know who always suspected that I was a bad person and even arrested me several times. No discord, no concord, Xia Shui said with some embarrassment. Who asked you to always do those hooligan things in the past? Sweat, when did I become a hooligan? Didn't I explain it to you clearly? Can you blame me for some things? Yang Ming said innocently. Well, let's not talk about the past. Cheers. Xia Shui raised the bottle. Cheers. Yang Ming drank with Xia Shui. Is it because of the smuggling case? Yang Ming remembered that Chun Fei told him that day that he sent Xia Shui to the customs to understand the situation. She must be because of this case. And Xia Shui suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming. She suddenly said, How did you know? Tell me, are you in cahoots with them? Fainting, Wang Jitao caused me to be like this. What kind of brain do you have? You actually thought that I couldn't be in cahoots with him. Yang Ming said, No wonder you were suspended. The suspect has a problem. This is true. Xia Shui smiled embarrassedly and then said seriously, Do you also think that this smuggling case is related to the Wang family? Yang Ming was shocked. Yes, now the Wang family's involvement in the smuggling was just a guess. My words just now were equivalent to determining their nature. So, he shook his head and said, I just suspected so. Then it can't be wrong. I also think so. It must be that Wang Shifan is the behind-the-scenes instigator. If you ask me, just catch him and interrogate him properly. You probably have everything. Xia Shui said excitedly. Do you think Uncle Chin will agree? Yang Ming rolled his eyes at her. Although Yang Ming didn't understand the process of their case, it was impossible to arrest someone with Wang Shifan status. If there was no evidence, the resistance to arresting Wang Shifan wasn't ordinary. Yeah, Captain Chin won't agree. Xia Shui nodded with some frustration. But I have decided. I will take advantage of the suspension period to investigate openly and secretly. I don't believe that I can't find the tail of this old fox, Wang Shifan. It doesn't seem right for you to do this, right? Yang Ming felt that Xia Shui was suspended. If she still handled the case privately, it seemed to be against the rules. What's wrong with it? Xia Shui said, I said that I will investigate openly and secretly. Don't tell Captain Chun. Forget it. I won't say it. Yang Ming couldn't bear to discourage her. Anyway, Xia Shui was willing to do it. Now it seemed that Xia Shui must have alerted the enemy. If she were to deter Wang Shifan, he might reveal himself faster. Anyway, he didn't expect Xia Shui to be able to solve the case. Thank you, Yang Ming, Xia Shui said with some excitement. If I solve the case this time, then I will treat you to a drink. Well, then I will wait for your drink. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. But he didn't have any hope in his heart. Xia Shui was very depressed when she drank the wine before, but she was very carefree later on. But in the end, she drank too much. It was still Yang Ming who carried her back. After throwing her on the bed in the apartment, Yang Ming left. The next day, Xia Shui began her private investigation. She first came to the headquarters of Wang Shifan's Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. I am looking for President Wang Shifan for something. Please help me inform him. Xia Shui directly found the receptionist at the front desk. Sorry, madam. Do you have an appointment? Asked the receptionist. No, I have something to ask President Wang. Please help me inform him. Xia Shui frowned. She thought, this Wang Shifan is quite arrogant. Do I need an appointment to see him? Sorry, madam. If you don't have an appointment, I can't inform you. President Wang is very busy. If you have something, please make an appointment in advance. The receptionist politely refused. I'm a police officer. Xia Shui took out the police officer's ID and showed it in front of the receptionist. I am looking for Wang Shifan to assist in the investigation. Oh, okay. I will call you right away. Please wait. The receptionist was shocked. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly picked up the phone. Secretary Huang? I am Shaoli at the front desk downstairs. This is the case. Police Officer Xia is looking for President Wang to assist in the investigation. Yes, that's good. I will wait for your call. After that, the receptionist hung up the phone and said to Xia Shui, please wait a moment. I will inform Secretary Huang to look for President Wang. Xia Shui nodded. She stood in the hall and looked at the interior decoration of the Wang's group. It was luxurious. It seems that Wang Shifan is really rich. Chapter 564. President Wang, it's not good. That woman, Xia Shui, actually came to our door. Huang Yukai hung up the phone and quickly wheeled himself into Wang Shifan's room. What? Damn it. Wang Shifan slammed the table and said angrily, is she done yet? Our relationship in the customs was discovered by her. She still came to our door? Could it be that the kid spit out something inside? Huang Yukai frowned. But logically, it shouldn't be. It was Su Daji who contacted him. The person who contacted me before has been transferred. This relationship is newly established. It shouldn't involve us unless what? Wang Shifan asked quickly. Unless. Su Daji spilled the beans and exposed our relationship. Huang Yukai analyzed. Damn, this Su Daji, his death is not unjust. Wang Shifan finished and wanted to slam the table again. But he looked at his hand wrapped in gauze and put it down helplessly. What do we do now, President Wang? Should we meet this Xia Shui? Asked Huang Yukai. What do you think? Asked Wang Shifan. I think we should meet her and see what she wants to do. Huang Yukai said, if we don't meet her, isn't it more obvious that we have a problem? That's right. She doesn't necessarily have any evidence. If that's the case, she will come up directly to arrest us. Wang Shifan nodded. Then let's meet her. Call downstairs and ask her to come up. 5 minutes later, they met Xia Shui in the reception room outside Wang Shifan's office. Hello, Officer Xia. Wang Shifan warmly shook hands with Xia Shui and said, please sit down. I will ask my secretary to make tea. Don't bother. I just came to understand some things from you. Xia Shui waved her hand and said, well, I don't know why Officer Xia is looking for me. Wang Shifan nodded and sat opposite Xia Shui. President Wang, what is the relationship between you and Su Daji? Asked Xia Shui suddenly. What? Su Daji? Wang Shifan's heart thumped. Could it be that Su Daji's body was found? However, there was no unnatural expression on Wang Shifan's face. You're talking about him? He's my brother-in-law. What's wrong? Su Daji is missing, Xia Shui said faintly. We suspect that he is related to a smuggling case. What? Missing? Smuggling? Wang Shifan pretended to be surprised. Is there a mistake? My brother-in-law is a very honest person. How could he be involved in smuggling? All right, now that you mention it, it seems that I haven't seen him for a long time. You don't know anything about his behavior? Xia Shui looked at Wang Shifan and asked, I heard that he used to be an employee of your group. Don't you find it strange that he is missing? He was indeed my employee a while ago. At that time, my secretary, Huang Yukai, was hospitalized because of a car accident. I let my brother-in-law, Su Daji, replace him for a while, but he really wasn't the material. After Secretary Huang was discharged from the hospital, I dismissed him. Wang Shifan said, fired just like that? You haven't seen him since? Xia Shui asked. After that, he did come to me once. Wang Shifan hesitated and said, what did he come to you for? Asked Xia Shui. He came to me to borrow money. Wang Shifan sighed. I didn't want to say this, but since Police Officer Xia asked, I can't hide it. What do you mean? Xia Shui wondered. Why can't you say that you want to borrow money? He gambled outside and owed a loan shark. He asked me to lend him money to pay off the debt. Wang Shifan sighed and said, originally, I didn't want to lend it, but he said that if I didn't help him, others would kill him. After all, he is my brother-in-law. I can't just leave him alone. Although the number is relatively large, I still lend him the money. Although it is a loan, in fact, it is almost the same as giving. I also know that this money is almost impossible to get back. How much? Xia Shui's heart moved and asked, 5 million. Wang Shifan shook his head and said, although I have money, giving him 5 million at once is quite distressing. But there is no other way. Who asked me to have such a relative? Are you sure that he took the money to pay off the gambling debt? Xia Shui asked, not to engage in smuggling. How would I know? I have so many things to do in the company every day. I can't follow him to pay off the debt, right? Wang Shifan spread his hands and said, as for what he did with the money, how can I manage it? Who can prove that Su Daji borrowed money from you? Asked Xia Shui. Do you still need to prove this kind of thing? Wang Shifan shook his head. I don't need to prove anything. Whether I gave him money or not, that is our family's private matter. It doesn't seem to be within your jurisdiction, right? President Wang, I am asking you to assist in the investigation. I also hope that you can answer truthfully, because what you say is very important to us, said Xia Shui. Well, Secretary Huang was present at the time. The money was taken from my little vault. It didn't go to the company's account. Wang Shifan said, this kind of thing isn't a glorious thing. I can't wash my dirty linen in public. I don't want other people to know. Well, President Wang, can I know the total assets of your company? Xia Shui nodded and changed the topic. Our company's total assets are more than 160 million, said Wang Shifan. How much are your personal assets? Xia Shui continued to ask. I'm sorry. I can't comment. These things are personal privacy. I don't have to tell you. Wang Shifan said faintly, I'm a private entrepreneur. You should be very clear that these things are very sensitive. They can't be made public easily. Well, if you don't say it, I will go to the bank to check your account. Xia Shui said indifferently. I hope you didn't lie to me just now. Well, today's inquiry will end here. If there is a need, I will come back to you. Okay. I will try my best to cooperate. Wang Shifan stood up and said to Xia Shui, Police Officer Xia, I won't send you off. The company's business is busy. You don't have to send me off. Xia Shui waved her hand and left the office. Motherfucker, Wang Shifan said fiercely. This little girl actually came to check my assets. Fortunately, I was smart enough to open an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. Otherwise, she would have found it. When Xia Shui asked about his private assets, Wang Shifan was secretly shocked. It seems that Xia Shui must have noticed something. Otherwise, it is impossible to ask me these weird questions. It's really a headache. I don't know how my case at the police station is progressing. Wang Shifan picked up the phone and dialed the number of an acquaintance. Brother Tong, I heard that my brother-in-law seems to have committed a crime. After a while, Wang Shifan pretended to ask casually, What? Who said it? It's that Xia Shui. No way. She was suspended from her duties? Okay, I got it. Wang Shifan hung up the phone and was annoyed for a while. Motherfucker, what the hell is this Xia Shui doing? She is suspended and still comes to find trouble with me? What did Brother Tong say? Asked Huang Yukai. It has nothing to do with us at all. It's all that Xia Shui is doing. She was suspended, but she still came to investigate the case. Motherfucker, she's really haunting. What is this girl's intention? Wang Shifan said angrily. No matter what her intention is, this girl must have suspected us. This isn't a good sign. Huang Yukai shook his head. It's not easy to handle. How do I say it? She has been suspended. What are we afraid of her for? Asked Wang Shifan. It's the suspension that's scary. Huang Yukai said, President Wang, do you see it? This Xia Shui is very difficult to deal with. If she wasn't suspended, there would be someone restraining her. She wouldn't dare to mess around. Now that she is suspended, it's hard to say. If we let her investigate like this, I'm afraid she will really find some clues. That's true. Wang Shifan nodded after listening. She is now completely not following the procedure. I don't know why she suspected us. Although there is no evidence, if she continues to be entangled like this, then it's really hard to say what will happen. This Xia Shui is a dangerous person. This kind of hothead is the most troublesome. Huang Yukai hesitated and said, President Wang, why don't we? What do we do? Wang Shifan looked serious. While she is suspended, let's make her disappear forever. Huang Yukai said fiercely, This isn't good, right? After all, she is a policewoman. If we get rid of her, we will have a lot of trouble. We won't be able to get away at that time, Wang Shifan said with some worry. Chapter 565. Things have come to this point. It's not the time to be indecisive. If we don't take action, once she finds out something, we will be done for, said Huang Yukai. Otherwise, let's control her first. As for killing her, let's wait and see. After all, this is not a trivial matter. She is different from Su Daji, Wang Shifan said after a moment of hesitation. Well, then let's catch her first. Huang Yukai said, anyway, she is now suspended. Even if she disappears for a while, others will only think that she went to relax. There won't be any doubts. Well, this matter should be done carefully. Don't expose your identity, Wang Shifan said. If the two of us are fine in the end, let her go. So, don't show your face when you do it. I understand. Don't worry, President Wang. Huang Yukai nodded. The prescription for soaking the hands and feet was not found in Fong Tian's residence, but unexpectedly, in the medical book that Lan Ling gave to him, he found a similar prescription. As for the effect, Yang Ming was not clear, but he thought that Lan Ling would not lie to him. It must not be bad. So Yang Ming followed the medicinal materials on the prescription and went to the nearby prescription to get 234 sets of medicine, which was just enough for 39 people to use for 6 days. According to the prescription, it was a course of treatment. After 6 days, another prescription would be changed, which was very similar to Yang Ming's situation at that time. Yang Ming sent the Chinese medicine to Li Chang and told them how to use it. He also checked everyone's progress. These people's foundation was very good, and their physical fitness was also very good, so it was not difficult to practice what Yang Ming taught. Overall, Yang Ming was very satisfied with everyone's performance. In addition to telling Li Chang to take everyone a train, Yang Ming corrected some of these people's non-standard movements. Killing people was killing people. There was nothing fancy about it. No matter how good the dance was, it was useless if it couldn't kill in one blow. What surprised Yang Ming was that Wu Ming was still very stubborn. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything every day. Besides eating and sleeping, he just stayed quietly. He lived quite comfortably. However, since he didn't want to say anything, Yang Ming didn't force him. In fact, he already knew that he was backed by an organization called the Black Widow. Yang Ming asked Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli to investigate the organization after that day, but they had never heard of it. It was no wonder that the Black Widow was a relatively old assassin organization. It was impossible for the newcomers in the underworld like Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan to have heard of it. Only veteran gangsters like Gui Jinbiao had heard of it. However, in this information age where the internet was prevalent, Yang Ming's source of information was not limited to Bao Sanli. Yang Ming also searched for the keyword Black Widow through the internet. Of course, most of the Black Widow entries obviously had nothing to do with Wu Ming. For example, Black Widow was the name of a poisonous spider. Furthermore, in some novels, the codename Black Widow had also appeared. These were all filtered out by Yang Ming. Finally, in the corner of a small forum, Yang Ming found a post that wanted to hire a murderer. The person who replied provided a URL and asked him to find a Black Widow organization. Yang Ming clicked on the URL with trembling hands. Yes, maybe this is what I am looking for. The website was very simple. The entire interface was black. There was a question option on it. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Then, there was a blank space for the visitor to enter the answer. Yang Ming simply entered Pagoda suppresses the river demon. As a result, the website prompted, the answer is wrong. Your IP has been locked by the system. Yang Ming refreshed again. The website could no longer be accessed. There was a prompt that said, this page cannot be displayed. It seemed that his IP had been blocked. However, it was precisely because of this that Yang Ming became more and more interested in this website. This website was definitely not ordinary. If it was an ordinary website, even if the answer was wrong, it wouldn't block the guest's IP address. The purpose of this website was probably to prevent someone from using brute force to crack the answer on the website. Yang Ming disconnected from the internet. After a while, He dialed up again and changed the IP address. This time, he could log into the website. The question was still Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Yang Ming didn't dare to fill in randomly this time. Instead, he looked for some clues on the website. Intuitively, if this kind of website really belonged to an assassin organization, then it was impossible not to attract new customers. If it was so tightly blocked like this, there wouldn't be much profit just by relying on the old customers. Who would think about killing people all day long? However, Yang Ming wasn't very proficient in hacking technology. Although he studied computer science in university and also learned a lot of hacking knowledge from the side, he wasn't a professional after all. He only knew a little. It was impossible for him to crack such a difficult website. Therefore, when Yang Ming felt that he had no hope of cracking it, he put the website aside. He wasn't prepared to artificially experiment with the answer to the question because it wasn't necessary at all. The probability of testing the password was smaller than a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Moreover, even if Yang Ming's ADSL dial-up could change the IP address, frequent experiments would inevitably attract the attention of the people behind the website. It was possible that he had stumbled into this website once or twice by accident, but it was a little suspicious that he had persevered in cracking the code. In the evening, Xia Shui still asked Yang Ming to meet at the Bluefish Bar. It could be seen that Xia Shui was very excited today. When Yang Ming came, Xia Shui told Yang Ming all the things she did today. Yang Ming frowned as he listened. You want to find Wang Shifan? You just want to find him directly? Yeah, what's wrong? Asked Xia Shui. What's wrong? You asked him those questions. Aren't you obviously announcing to him that you have begun to suspect them? Aren't you looking for trouble? Yang Ming complained. So what? Xia Shui didn't understand. So what? You know what kind of person Wang Shifan is. Why did Su Daji disappear? I think it is very likely that he has been silenced by Wang Shifan. You went to his company today and made such a scene. If this guy is ruthless and does something bad to you, what should you do? Don't forget, Comrade Xia Shui, you are suspended. If you disappear at this moment, who will care about you? Yang Ming said with some resentment. Can you not use your brain when you do things? You think you are very powerful because you are a policewoman, but in the eyes of others, you are just a weak woman. You're talking about this. Xia Shui wasn't afraid, but she laughed instead, which made Yang Ming somewhat inexplicable. What's wrong with you? What's so funny about this? Yang Ming wondered. In fact, I did it deliberately. I just want Wang Shifan to do something desperate. If they really want to do something to me, doesn't it show that they have a guilty conscience? Then they must have a problem. Otherwise, they won't have a guilty conscience. Xia Shui said, I am luring the snake out of its hole. Oh, Yang Ming didn't expect Xia Shui, a girl who seemed to be insensitive, to have such a scheming side. It turns out to be like this. However, to be honest, your strategy is good, but it is too dangerous to implement. Now that you have handed in your gun, what do you use to fight with others? I think Wang Shifan shouldn't be so bold to kill me, right? After all, I'm a policewoman. If he kills me, then he will have a big problem. Xia Shui said. Xia Shui, what do you want to say to you? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. If the person who killed Su Daji is Wang Shifan, and the mastermind of the smuggling is also him, then do you think his problem is small? Anyway, it is death anyway. It is better to take the risk to kill you. Maybe he can save his life. Xia Shui obviously didn't think of this. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You mean Wang Shifan is really likely to kill me? I thought Wang Shifan would give me money to bribe me. Do you think that with your character, the possibility of being bribed is high? Is Wang Shifan a fool? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Miss, I think you shouldn't walk on the street these days. I don't want you to become a corpse the next time I see you. Although Xia Shui was dissatisfied with what Yang Ming said, she had no words to refute it. Indeed, I am still immature. I think too simply about the problem. I always idealize things. In fact, it is not the case at all. Thinking of this, Xia Shui began to be afraid. If it is really like what Yang Ming said, I am indeed in danger. Chapter 566. What should I do now? Should I tell Chun Fei about today's incident? Then I can stay in the police force. It is indeed safe. But after this case, I may not even be a police officer anymore. Chun Fei will definitely not let me go easily. During my suspension, I went out to investigate without permission and caused such a big trouble. Maybe I'll be transferred out of the police force. Xia Shui had a headache. She didn't know what to do. She looked at Yangming. Then what should I do? You're the one who caused the trouble and asked me what to do? Yangming found it very funny. I say, Xia Shui, can you think about the consequences before you do something? If you always mess around like this, something will happen sooner or later. Mess around? You are the one messing around. Xia Shui's face was red. Obviously, she still understood this word, because there was a rule in the usual discipline, no messing around with men and women. Xia Shui naturally knew what it meant. Who am I messing around with? We are together now. If I want to mess around, it can only be with you. Yangming joked. You are annoying, Xia Shui said, but her mood was much better. Seeing a smile on Xia Shui's face, Yangming breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this silly girl would take things too hard and go into a dead end. He deliberately said that to tease her. How is it? Are you in a better mood? Asked Yangming. Xia Shui was stunned, and then she understood Yangming's meaning. Thank you. Thank me for what? I didn't give you any ideas. Yangming looked at Xia Shui and said with a smile, forget it. I guess Wang Shifan is likely to take action against you in these 2 days. I will help you to the end. Don't leave me. If he dares to send someone, I will send him away. You? Xia Shui widened her eyes and looked at Yangming with some belief. What about me? Did you forget that time in the corridor? I was better than you, said Yangming. Nonsense. That was because you were shameless. You grabbed my leg and didn't let go. Xia Shui said shyly. It doesn't matter. Your strength is not good enough. A loss is a loss. How can there be so many reasons? Yangming snorted. If we fight again, I definitely won't lose to you. Xia Shui refused to accept it. Let's try it. Yangming took the opportunity to make a request. All right. If I lose, I'll treat you in the future. Xia Shui thought, no matter how bad I am, I should be able to tie with Yangming. Then I won't lose. Yangming still has to treat me. In fact, Xia Shui's family wasn't short of money, but because she insisted on becoming a criminal police officer, she fell out with her old man at home. Now she was living independently. Her old man usually didn't give her a penny. Xia Shui was still renting a house. Moreover, women always had a lot of things to spend money on. Although Xia Shui wore a uniform every day and could save the cost of selling clothes, cosmetics, and nourishment products couldn't be saved, so she had to be careful every month. Therefore, going out to eat and drink every month became a luxury expense. Xia Shui finally found a long-term meal ticket like Yangming. How could she let it go easily? However, she wasn't willing to admit that Yangming's kung fu was better than hers. When Yangming challenged her, she was immediately unwilling. Xia Shui's kung fu wasn't as good as Ho Jinhan. At that time, Yangming could easily control her. Now, Yangming's kung fu had improved by leaps and bounds. Xia Shui's kung fu was very simple in the eyes of Yangming. To be honest, competing with her felt like bullying a child. Do you want to compete now? Said Xia Shui. Now. Yangming smiled bitterly and looked around. Do you think the boss will agree if we compete here? Then let's go out? Asked Xia Shui. Okay. Yangming nodded and said, this time it's still my treat, but I guess this is the last time. Let's wait and see. Xia Shui said as she stood up. Who is afraid of who? Yangming didn't answer. He found the boss to settle the bill, and then walked out of the Blue Fish Bar with Xia Shui. In the past few days, Yangming had come continuously. The boss of the Blue Fish Bar naturally regarded Yangming as Xia Shui's boyfriend. Young man, you're quite good. For so long, you're the first man to get close to the thorny policewoman, Xia Shui. The boss gave a thumbs up and whispered. Yangming took the change and didn't explain. This kind of thing was very troublesome to explain. It was better not to explain. Yangming, and he didn't have much interaction, so what he wanted to think had little to do with Yangming. Boss, Xia Shui is not alone. There's a man beside her. Not far from a bar, a man with binoculars sat in a van like a van and said to a man in a wheelchair in front of him, "I saw it." The man said coldly, "Catch him together. I think Master Wang will be very happy." "Yes." The man with binoculars nodded. This man in a wheelchair was naturally Huang Yukai. He was sent by Wang Shifan to catch Xia Shui. Yang Ming was naturally an accident, but he believed that this accident would make the little master very happy in the future. As long as there was Yang Ming in his hand, he was not afraid that Zhou Jiejie would not comply. Although the people brought by Huang Yukai were members of the Wang family special forces, Yang Ming and Xia Shui's skills couldn't be underestimated, so Huang Yukai didn't intend to confront them head-on. Therefore, he was ready to use his wits. It depended on whether Yang Ming and Xia Shui's curiosity was strong enough. Today, Xia Shui drank relatively little, so she was still very sober. After the two people left the bar, they walked to the community where Xia Shui rented. There was an empty space in the yard of the community, which was just right for the competition. In fact, there was no need to be so formal. In any place, Yang Ming could easily subdue Xia Shui with one move, but that would hurt Xia Shui's self-esteem. Yang Ming hesitated again and decided to be modest so that Xia Shui would look better when she lost. This silly girl was more straightforward. If she lost too badly and took things too hard, then it was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. "Well, let's start here." Xia Shui found a spacious place and said excitedly, "Okay." Yang Ming didn't care. Since Xia Shui chose the place, he had no opinion. "Wait," Xia Shui suddenly said. "If you win, I will treat you to a meal in the future, but what if I win? Our bet seems to be a bit unfair, right?" Yang Ming broke into a sweat after hearing it. He thought you can win, but he couldn't say that. He had to say, "Then what do you think?" "And let me think." Xia Shui looked up with a longing look as if she was sure of winning. She thought for a long time and said, "I can't think of it. You have already invited me to a meal at any time. I have nothing to ask for. It seems that you're not very greedy." Yang Ming listened and smiled. "Xia Shui, this girl turned out to have a cute side. How about this? If I win, you have to promise me one thing. As for what it is, I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I think about it." Xia Shui had a bright idea and said, "Is this okay?" "Huh?" Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He just praised her for not being greedy, and she immediately revealed her foxtail. Her condition was more greedy than any other condition. "Is it okay?" Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming didn't answer, and she was anxious. "Are you afraid of losing, so you don't dare to promise? Let's talk about this next time." Yang Ming suddenly said faintly. "Next time? Why? Are you going back on your word?" Xia Shui immediately refused. "It's not that I'm going back on my word, but someone is coming." Yang Ming pointed to the right. "Ah." Xia Shui was stunned and turned her head, but she saw two macho men wearing masks coming over. "Who are you?" Xia Shui suddenly shouted, "Stop! Miss Xia, we are here specifically to invite you." One of the macho men wearing a mask said, "Invite me? Why are you inviting me?" Xia Shui looked at the two people in front of her with vigilance and asked, "My boss wants to see you." The macho man wearing a mask said with a blank expression, "Who is your boss?" "I don't know him. If he wants to see me, why doesn't he come?" Xia Shui said so, but her hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the mask on the macho man's face. Chapter 567. Pa! The macho man with the mask reacted very quickly. He grabbed Xia Shui's hand and sneered, "Miss Xia, you better not show off in front of an expert. Don't force us to use force." "Hey!" Xia Shui pulled back her hand and swept her leg toward the macho man with the mask. The macho man with the mask was pushed forward by Xia Shui. His lower body was unstable. He couldn't dodge in time and was kicked. His calf was in pain. "Okay, Miss Xia, don't make trouble." Another macho man in black who hadn't spoken suddenly said, "We are not here to fight with you, but to invite you to see the boss. Don't you want to know who our boss is?" "Who is it?" Xia Shui heard it and immediately stopped. She looked coldly at the other macho man with the mask. "Sudaji," the man in black said slowly. "What did you say?" "Sudaji?" Xia Shui was stunned on the spot. Not only was Xia Shui stunned, but Yang Ming also looked at the macho man in black in front of him inexplicably. Isn't Su Daji dead? The scene that I saw at Chen Fei's house was an illusion? Impossible. Judging from the braking system of the BMW, the authenticity of the illusion has been confirmed. Moreover, although Yang Ming couldn't control his special ability for the time being, he never doubted the powerful function of his special ability. The special ability wouldn't lie. Then, it was obvious that the macho man in black in front of him was lying. The person who ordered him was someone else, but it was definitely not Su Daji. If Yang Ming didn't know that Su Daji was dead in advance, he might really believe this person's words at this time. You said that you are. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Xia Shui had already spoken first. Su Daji, is what you said true? Xia Shui asked urgently. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go there. The man in black said with a fake smile, Miss Xia, don't delay time. Mr. Su said that he has something important to tell you. Xia Shui looked at the man in black. The expression on her face was a little hesitant, but in the end, she said, You lead the way. Good, straightforward. The man in black praised, and then said to Yang Ming next to him, Sir, there is nothing else for you. You can leave. This was also what Huang Yukai specifically said. Although Huang Yukai didn't understand Yang Ming's character, he thought that the more you chase him away, the more he wouldn't leave. Generally. Moreover, he also had a dispensable attitude towards Yang Ming. It would be great if he could capture him, but it would be fine if he couldn't. In his opinion, Yang Ming's threat to them was very small. However, he had misjudged Yang Ming's character. If it was another person in another matter, Yang Ming might really turn around and leave. But now the matter was related to Xia Shui's safety. Yang Ming had just agreed to let her follow him. The second was that things were strange. Yang Ming didn't believe that Su Daji was still alive, so the person behind the scenes was obvious. It must be Wang Shifan. Then it was better to beat them at their own game and follow these people. Yang Ming didn't believe that these people could do anything to him with the skills. Moreover, the reason why Yang Ming dared to go with him was that this time, his special ability didn't give him a warning. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to tell Xia Shui that Su Daji was dead, but after thinking about it, this was only what he saw with his special ability of illusion. There was no definite evidence, so it was better not to say it. I am with her. Yang Ming didn't believe that the man in black in front of him would not let him go. Yang Ming had seen a lot of this kind of method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Besides, if they take Xia Shui away in front of me, aren't they afraid that I will turn around and call the police? Sure enough, the man in black didn't even hesitate and said directly, Go ahead. Since Xia Shui agreed to go with them, they weren't afraid that Xia Shui would run away. The two people led the way in tandem, guiding Yang Ming and the others to a sealed van. Why are you following? Xia Shui whispered as she walked. I'm afraid that you won't come back. Yang Ming smiled. Aren't you afraid that you won't come back? Asked Xia Shui. Hee, that's impossible, Yang Ming said with certainty. Bullshit, Xia Shui thought. This Yang Ming, if something really happens, I have to protect him. He is really a burden. Please. When they came to the van, the man in black opened the back door of the van and pointed to it. Yang Ming glanced at the interior of the van. It was a fully enclosed structure. There were no windows. However, the facilities inside were very luxurious. It was like a caravan. Yang Ming smiled faintly. He stepped forward and sat on the sofa inside. Xia Shui hesitated and followed him into the car. Aren't you coming in? Xia Shui saw that the two people were going to close the door, so she asked quickly, We will sit in the front. A man in black said, and then the door was closed with a bang. Yang Ming inadvertently raised his head and looked at the driver's seat in front of the van through the thick steel plate. The driver's seat was very large. It could sit 4 people in front and back. However, when Yang Ming saw one of them, he understood everything. Huang Yukai, it really is him. Then, it must be related to Wang Shifan. The car was closed. Obviously, he didn't want Xia Shui and I to know his existence. However, he never thought that Yang Ming could see through things. The car slowly drove on the road. Yang Ming closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting, but in fact, he was secretly memorizing the itinerary of the car. What are you doing? You still have the mood to sleep at this time? Xia Shui pushed Yang Ming with her hand. I'm not sleeping. I'm just taking a break. Yang Ming didn't open his eyes and replied directly. Say, where do you think they will take us? Asked Xia Shui. How would I know? I don't know fortune-telling. Yang Ming said, didn't he say? He will take us to see Su Daji. Su Daji disappeared for so long. Why did he suddenly want to see me? Xia Shui's IQ was obviously not enough. Obviously, that person lied to you. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and glared at Xia Shui. Can you stop? I'm listening to the engine speed of the car to predict how far we have traveled. Yang Ming casually made up a reason to ask Xia Shui to be quiet. Xia Shui was speechless. You can even predict this? Don't disturb me. I can calculate it. Yang Ming snorted. Now we have traveled 13 kilometers. Oh, then you can calculate it. Xia Shui didn't believe Yang Ming's words, but there was no way to verify it. Moreover, if Yang Ming could really calculate it, it would be of great use. Then, can you feel when the car turns and which way it will turn? After a while, Xia Shui couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xia Shui. He was somewhat helpless, but he couldn't help it. This curious baby simply had too many questions. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. I can when I focus. Now that you're talking to me, I can't. Yang Ming said ambiguously. Xia Shui was speechless and closed her mouth obediently. President Wang, we have caught the person. Things went smoothly. However, Yang Ming was also brought back. Huang Yukai began to make a call on the phone. Yang Ming? Why did you bring him back? Wang Shifan was stunned. I think the young master will be happy. This guy caused Jitao to be so miserable. Huang Yukai smiled. Well, since he is caught, then lock him up with the woman first. Wang Shifan thought about it. I understand, Huang Yukai finished and hung up the phone. However, his words were seen in Yang Ming's eyes. Although Yang Ming couldn't hear what was said on the other side of the phone, he was very sure that the person on the other side was Wang Shifan. It seems that the truth of the matter isn't far away. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year. I simply let Wang Shifan go to prison for Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. Why can't I make a call here? Xia Shui played with the phone there and said to herself, there's no signal. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui's phone and looked at Huang Yukai in front of him. Then he said, is there a shield in the car? Otherwise, you wouldn't hand over your phone when you got in the car. Oh, Xia Shui found that she didn't know as much as Yang Ming. Am I really not suitable to be a police officer? Yang Ming didn't care what Xia Shui was thinking now. He now began to plan how to collect evidence of Wang Shifan and let him fall as soon as possible. The car had been driving in the direction of the suburbs. Seeing that they were about to leave the city, there was still no intention to stop. However, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting to see what would happen. Chapter 568. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into a fully enclosed place that was similar to a factory, but it wasn't. It was more like a prison. After the car stopped, no one came to open the door for Yang Ming. Huang Yukai got off the car first. He was pushed by a black-shirt man who came and disappeared in front of a house. Then, the door of the car was opened. The two black-shirt men stood outside. We are here. Get off. It seemed that Huang Yukai was afraid of being discovered by Xia Shui and Yang Ming, so he left early. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything and got off with Xia Shui. Where is Su Daji? Xia Shui asked directly. Follow us. After one of the black-shirt men finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. Although they knew that Yang Ming and Xia Shui couldn't escape here, the precautions were obviously stricter than before. The other black-shirt men were watching Yang Ming's side vigilantly. They were carefully on guard. Yang Ming was amused. What's the use of being on guard? If I really want to make a move, you people aren't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. After the black-shirt man in front took Yang Ming into a villa, the few people at the door were slightly relieved. However, Yang Ming was very curious. What is this place? It seems that it must be Wang Shifan's private armed forces. However, looking at the well-trained appearance of these people, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. It was enough to stir up trouble in Songjiang, because these people in front of him were only a small part. In a training room at the back, Yang Ming had already used his X-ray vision to investigate. There were as many as 200 people inside. He followed the black shirt man to the door of a room. The black shirt man stopped and said, "Miss Xia, please come in." Xia Shui didn't doubt him and went straight into the room. Yang Ming frowned. This room was obviously like a private room in a hotel. Even if you want to receive guests, you can't do it in such a place. However, Yang Ming had already known that all of this was a conspiracy of Wang Shifan. What's Su Daji? It was obvious that he was tricking Xia Shui and him to be imprisoned here. However, since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. If he wanted to imprison him, it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Ming glanced at the sturdy security door and the new lock on it. He indifferently raised the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a problem for him at all. Fang Tian's direct disciple was a piece of cake for these door locks. When Yang Ming and Xia Shui both entered the room, the black shirt man suddenly closed the door with a bang sound. Ah! Xia Shui was immediately stunned. She looked at Yang Ming at a loss. What happened? Silly girl. We are locked up here, Yang Ming said with a shrug. Locked here? Xia Shui was shocked. She quickly ran to the door and smashed it. Open the door. What are you doing? Where is he? No one answered him. Yang Ming glanced at the corridor outside. The two men in black had already walked away. It seemed that the room was relatively soundproof. The two black-shirt men didn't even turn their heads. Okay, don't knock. It's useless, Yang Ming said coldly. Then what do we do now? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming anxiously. There is no way. Let's wait and see. Yang Ming was very relaxed. He lay directly on the big double bed in the room. Hey, this Wang Yukai is quite interesting. He actually arranged this kind of couple's room for me and Xia Shui. In this room, there was a TV, air conditioning, and a bathroom. It was a living hotel room. Yang Ming, why aren't you anxious at all? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming, who was lying on the bed, and almost went berserk. Anxious? Is it useful to be anxious? Yang Ming smiled and said, Since we are here, then just stay here. Wait, someone will come sooner or later. They can't just catch us and ignore us. Seeing Yang Ming's indifferent look, Xia Shui was angry. She didn't know if Yang Ming was really confident or just heartless. However, Yang Ming was right. There was a harsh sound from a pair of speakers above the room, followed by a low male voice. Apparently, the voice was changed by the voice-changing equipment. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Miss Xia and that gentleman, hello. Welcome to my villa as guests. Yang Ming snorted for a while. Huang Yukai doesn't know me? Pretend. But Yang Ming already knew his plan and purpose. He didn't speak and continued to listen. You guessed right. I'm Su Daji. The voice continued. Miss Xia, the reason why I caught you is because you ruined my good deed. But you can rest assured. As long as you don't act rashly, I won't do anything to you. When Yang Ming heard the voice say that he was Su Daji, he almost laughed out loud. Isn't this too funny? There should be a limit to how much you want to cover up. Then what do you want to do? Xia Shui shouted. Nothing. I just invited you to be a guest. The voice replied, I heard that you were on vacation, so I found a good place for you to relax. I wish you and your boyfriend a good time. He isn't my boyfriend, Xia Shui said subconsciously. However, the voice had disappeared. No matter how Xia Shui shouted, the other party didn't respond. Boyfriend? Presumably, Huang Yukai deliberately instigated the speaker to say that to create the illusion that he was accidentally caught. Was he really caught by chance? Yang Ming didn't think so. From a phone call between Huang Yukai and Wang Jitao, it could be seen that Huang Yukai had a premeditated plan to catch him. Moreover, it was likely to be related to the resentment between him and Wang Jitao. Looking at Xia Shui, who was still shouting, Yang Ming sighed, Silly girl, don't shout. It's useless even if you shout. If you don't shout, what should we do? Xia Shui was a little discouraged, but she said after a while, Yang Ming, I'm sorry, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yang Ming glanced at Xia Shui and asked, puzzled. I implicated you. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you. In the end, you were also locked up. Xia Shui said with some embarrassment. Implicated? Do you think you're the one who implicated me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Probably. My current situation is worse than Xia Shui's. Most likely, after Wang Jitao knows about this, he will think of ways to harm me, right? But now Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him. Who is afraid of who these days? The fist is the hard truth. I'm willing to follow. What does it have to do with you? Thinking so in his heart, Yang Ming definitely couldn't say it. After all, there was monitoring equipment in this room, so Yang Ming casually comforted Xia Shui. Huang Yukai was more humane. In addition to installing a microphone in this room, there was no camera or anything like that. Of course, those pinhole cameras had nowhere to hide under Yang Ming's strong eyesight. You really think so? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming's unnervous look, and she was a bit baffled. Why do I feel that you don't seem to be afraid at all? What am I afraid of? Yang Ming smiled and said, the environment here is good. There's also a beautiful silly girl accompanying me. It doesn't matter if I stay for a few more days. Yang Ming. Xia Shui finally couldn't help it. Can you not call me a silly girl? Am I really that silly? He's not that stupid, but he's a little bit of a tiger. Yang Ming laughed. You go to hell. Xia Shui turned around angrily, but after Yang Ming made such a fuss, her original nervous mood relaxed a lot. She took out her mobile phone and played with it. There was no mobile phone signal here. Jitao, I am your Uncle Huang. Huang Yukai smiled and called Wang Jitao. How is your body recently? Are you better? Uncle Huang, I am much better. After a period of recuperation, Wang Jitao's body was almost recovered. However, there was a sequela left. That was, no matter what, he didn't dare to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. He would rather wet the bed and shit his pants than go to the toilet. As a result, the Wang family's nanny had an additional job every day, which was to change the sheets for Wang Jitao. Fortunately, there was more time to urinate, and he could generally hold in his bowel movements until the next morning. However, even so, it was enough to torment Wang Jitao, who wants to sleep on wet and smelly sheets. Jitao, I have good news to tell you, said Huang Yukai. Good news? What good news? Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. He usually didn't contact Huang Yukai much. He didn't know what good news Huang Yukai was going to tell him at this moment. Chapter 569. Yang Ming was caught by me. Is this news good news? Huang Yukai laughed. Yang Ming. Wang Jitao's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change as he said, Uncle Huang, why did you capture him? Does my dad know? Hee, Jitao. President Wang knows about this and agreed. I'm on my way to your house now. You prepare, and then we will go together. Huang Yukai said. Then, okay. Wang Jitao was puzzled, but he still agreed. After all, what Huang Yukai said was too tempting for him. It was impossible to say that he didn't hate Yang Ming. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Ming into pieces. The hatred of stealing his love twice and the embarrassing situation at the Western restaurant made Wang Jitao tremble with anger when he thought of Yang Ming. However, for Yang Ming, Wang Jitao couldn't find an opportunity to deal with him. He couldn't beat him. Wang Jitao really had no way. Now that he heard that Huang Yukai caught him, his heart immediately became active. The time for revenge had come. Wang Jitao wasn't very clear about the matter between Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai, so Wang Jitao still called his father. Hello, Dad, this is Jitao. Uncle Huang just called me and said that he caught Yang Ming. Oh, yes, Yukai called you? Wang Shifan said after listening. Jitao, what do you want to do? Do it. Dad supports you. Really? Wang Jitao was very excited after listening, but he asked, Dad, but you asked Huang Yukai to catch Yang Ming. Is this okay? Isn't it easy to make things worse? What time is it? So what if things get worse? Wang Shifan smiled with some disdain. Jitao, there are some things at home. Dad will find time to tell you in detail. In short, you just need to know that Yukai is someone you can trust. Okay, I got it. Wang Jitao was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't understand why his father trusted Huang Yukai so much, but since his father said so, he must have his reasons. Although Wang Jitao would sometimes be hot-headed and do some impulsive things, he was not stupid. Listening to his father's tone, it seemed that he and Huang Yukai were doing some secret things. Not long after that, Wang Jitao received a call from Huang Yukai again. Jitao, Huang. Okay, Uncle Huang. I'll be right there. Wang Jitao hung up the phone, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Zhou Jia was still in the living room downstairs. When she saw Wang Jitao come out, she asked curiously, Wang Jitao, why did you come out? Aren't you going to rest? Jia, I'm going out. You play at home for a while. Wang Jitao said, Oh, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? Zhou Jia's heart moved and asked, No need. Aren't you doing your computer homework? You can do it here, or you can go home. Don't you have the key to the house? Just lock the door. Wang Jitao said, Okay, then you go. Zhou Jia nodded and continued to fiddle with the computer in front of her. Wang Jitao had trusted Zhou Jia in the past few days. He even gave Zhou Jia a set of keys to the house so that it was convenient for her to visit him every day. Because Wang Jitao had difficulty moving around in the past few days, the nanny, Auntie Li, wasn't often at home. During the day, she always went to the market to buy materials, so it was reasonable to give Zhou Jia the key. In the past few days, Wang Jitao's hand was broken again. Auntie Li went to the company to take care of Wang Jitao. She only went home every morning to change the sheets for Wang Jitao. Of course, this was done before Zhou Jia came. He didn't want Zhou Jia to see him urinating and defecating on the bed. Wang Jitao went out of the door without any precaution, leaving Zhou Jia alone in his home. Downstairs, Wang Jitao saw an RV. He knew this car. It was from his father's company. It was directly imported from Europe. He didn't know why the license plate wasn't left, so it wasn't often used. However, this kind of luxury car would rarely be intercepted by the traffic police. As long as it wasn't often on the road, most of it would be regarded as a wedding car, and they would turn a blind eye. A lot of things in China were often about the auspicious hour. Therefore, generally, the wedding car and some funeral car, even if it was a smuggled luxury car, the traffic police wouldn't stop it. Because if they missed the auspicious hour, their relatives would be anxious. Therefore, no one was willing to cause this kind of unnecessary trouble. Although the RV didn't have a license plate, it was still unimpeded because of this reason. Wang Jitao got in the car and sat next to Huang Yukai in the back row. Uncle Huang. Wang Jitao glanced at the driver and then stopped talking. It doesn't matter. He's one of us. Huang Yukai said. Wang Jitao looked at the driver baffled. It was reasonable to say that this kind of thing should be known by fewer people. Why did so many of them suddenly appear? Where are we going now? Wang Jitao still asked cautiously. Of course, we're going to see Yangming. Huang Yukai smiled and said, How is it? Have you thought about how to deal with him? After listening to Huang Yukai, Wang Jitao was really relieved. Seeing that the driver in front of him was still expressionless, Wang Jitao said, Will there be any trouble? What are you afraid of? Just do it. Huang Yukai said fiercely, Since he is here, I don't want to let him go back. Although Huang Yukai had only been in contact with Wang Jitao a few times, he had a certain understanding of his character. Wang Jitao was the same as himself. They belonged to the kind of people who were cruel and merciless. They were different from Wang Jitao, who was indecisive. Huang Yukai felt that this was a person who could do great things. He was also full of confidence in his future young master. That's great. If this is the case, then I have to think about it. I didn't manage to hurt him last time. I almost got myself into trouble. Wang Jitao said happily. Jitao, in fact, you did a good job last time. You had a lot of ideas. It was just that you were a bit impulsive when you gave the photo to the girl named Chun something. Huang Yukai said, For this kind of thing, man proposes but God disposes. Who would have thought that the victim would suddenly betray us? Uncle Huang is right. Wang Jitao himself later felt that he was a bit impulsive. He shouldn't have given the photo to Chen Mingyan. Even if Yang Ming had doubts, there was no evidence. The car drove farther and farther away. In the blink of an eye, they were on the highway. Uncle Huang, where are we going? Wang Jitao frowned and asked. Although he had confirmed with his father that there was no problem with Huang Yukai, it was obvious that now they were going out of the city. Wang Jitao could not have doubts. We are going to our Wang family's territory. Huang Yukai used the word our when he spoke. Obviously, he was showing his loyalty to Wang Jitao, making him feel that he was already on the same boat as the Wang family. The Wang family's territory? Why haven't I heard of it? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai suspiciously. In fact, over the years, I have been doing a big business with President Wang. It's just that Jitao, you are still young, so there are some things that I can't tell you. This time, I'm going to tell you these things. By the way, I will let you see how powerful the Wang family is. Huang Yukai said with some excitement. Then, why didn't my dad tell me personally? Wang Jitao asked hesitantly. There are some things that President Wang can't tell you. He can only tell you through my mouth. Huang Yukai sighed. Although what President Wang is doing is a big thing, as a father, he doesn't want you to think that he is a bad guy. What's going on? Uncle Huang, can you make it clear? Why am I so confused? Wang Jitao turned to look at Huang Yukai and asked anxiously. In fact, over the years, the business that President Wang took me to do has been smuggling. Huang Yukai looked at Wang Jitao and said slowly. This was also the result of his discussion with Wang Shifan. After all, the Wang family had reached a critical moment of survival. Some things should be known to Wang Jitao, the only heir. However, Wang Shifan couldn't open his mouth, so he entrusted Huang Yukai to do it. Huang Yukai didn't think that this was a disgraceful thing. On the contrary, he always felt that the winner was the king and the loser was a thief. How about smuggling? As long as it didn't commit any crime, it was awesome. What's smuggling? Wang Jitao opened his mouth wide and looked at Huang Yukai. For a moment, his brain was a little short-circuited. Uncle Huang, are you kidding? Ha! This joke is really interesting. Chapter 570. Jitao, I didn't joke with you. What I said is true. Huang Yukai patted Wang Jitao's shoulder and continued. Why? You can't accept it? But, Dad's company, isn't it already very profitable? Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group is one of the largest groups in Songjiang and even the province. Why is there still smuggling? It's impossible, right? Wang Jitao still couldn't accept this fact. Money. Who doesn't want more? Huang Yukai said helplessly, the group is quite big, but this is only on the surface. You seem to be like this. In fact, I have been following your dad for many years. I am very clear about the internal situation of the group. It is definitely profitable. However, without the backing of the money your dad earned from smuggling over the years, the group would have gone bankrupt. What? Bankrupt? What do you mean? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai inexplicably. How could it go bankrupt? Hey, the company doesn't make money on every project. If some projects aren't done well, they will lose money. For example, a few years ago, your dad saw a piece of land behind West Star Mountain and prepared to buy it to develop a villa area. As a result, the money was invested and the villa area was developed, but it couldn't be sold. Huang Yukai shook his head and said, How can it not be sold? Asked Wang Jitao. Because there was news at the time that a road from Songjiang was going to be built there, but later it was caught up with a leadership change. This matter was delayed. Even if you find someone to mediate, it will take time. During this period, a lot of funds were overstocked on the villa. If your dad didn't have the income from smuggling, the group would have gone bankrupt. How could it stand for so many years? Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. Wang Jitao was stunned. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie to you? Huang Yukai spread his hands. Moreover, the recent situation is very bad. We have been targeted by the police. It's hard to say whether your dad and I can escape this disaster. Therefore, we have to hand over the power of the Wang family to you as soon as possible. At that time, if something happens, we won't have anything to worry about. How is this possible? How could this be? Wang Jitao looked at Huang Yukai in surprise and his face changed slightly. Jitao, don't worry. Maybe there will be a day when things turn around. Now the police have not started investigating us, but there is a policewoman named Xia Shui who took advantage of her vacation. But it doesn't matter. She and Yang Ming were arrested together. Huang Youcaizes said Xia. So we are not in danger for the time being. That even dirty, those who are bold will eat their fill, and those who are timid will starve to death. How can one achieve great things without being ruthless? Say. TT. And I. Say. Wang Jitao took a deep breath after listening, but finally nodded and said, "You are right. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. I have thought of a good way to deal with Yang Ming." "What is it?" Huang Youcai's mouth slightly showed a smile. Wang Jitao was more ruthless than Wang Shifan. He could accept this fact in such a short time and come up with a way to deal with Yang Ming. He was really not an ordinary person. Wang Jitao whispered in Huang Youcai's ear about the plan he thought of at the last minute. "Okay." Huang Youcai slapped Wang Jitao's thigh and exclaimed, "That's great. This is a good move. In this way, even if we let the two of them go, Yang Ming is still dead." Wang Jitao's whole leg was a little numb from the slap. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. As for why Huang Youcai didn't slap his thigh, the reason was very simple. It was because he had no legs. Zhou Jijia had been waiting for this opportunity, the opportunity when there was no one at home. And today, the opportunity she had been waiting for finally arrived. It was a coincidence that Wang Shifan's hand was burned by sulfuric acid. It was difficult for him to take care of himself, let alone touch the computer. In this way, the plan that Zhou Jijia had laid before was completely useless. Wang Shifan didn't use the computer, so Zhou Jijia didn't have a chance to invade his computer. No matter how powerful a hacker was, they couldn't invade a computer that couldn't be turned on. On the windowsill, after watching Wang Jitao go away, Zhou Jijia immediately flashed out of the Wang family's villa. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jijia returned to the Wang family's villa. At this time, she had a small briefcase in her hand. This was the tool she prepared to crack Wang Shifan's computer. However, although the thing was brought, Zhou Jijia still didn't dare to act rashly. It was almost evening. She wasn't sure if Wang Shifan would come home today. These days, Zhou Jijia had roughly figured out Wang Shifan's pattern of action. Wang Shifan's hand was broken, so it wasn't convenient for him to drive. The most important thing was that the hotel that was cooperating with her mother was recently planning to open. The company had a lot of things to do, so he didn't come back often at night. He only came back once the day before yesterday, but it was also because a document was left in the study. After he came back to pick it up, he went back to the company. Of course, Zhou Jijia wouldn't spend the night at Wang Jitao's house. Although she was just compromising now, she didn't want to have too much to do with Wang Jitao. She thought that she could only follow Wang Jitao in this life, but she didn't expect things to turn around. She got amazing insider information from Chun Fei. Although Chun Fei also advised Zhou Jijia that this undercover operation was very dangerous, who didn't want to pursue their own happiness. As long as the Wang father and son were defeated, she wouldn't be threatened anymore. Zhou Jijia's heart rekindled hope, the hope for love. This girl who was very persistent in love, as long as it was for love for her lover, then she wasn't afraid of anything. Even if it was risky, she wouldn't refuse. Therefore, when Chun Fei proposed to let her go to the Wang family to be an undercover agent, Zhou Jijia agreed almost without hesitation. She only had one belief, and that was that everything she did was for Yang Ming. Moreover, no matter what, even if Yang Ming misunderstood her now, it didn't matter because Chun Mingyan understood her. Not only did she understand her, but Zhou Jijia also saw the sympathy for her from her eyes. Chun Mingyan didn't reject her. Zhou Jijia was sensitive as a woman. She could clearly feel that Chun Mingyan wasn't hostile to her. This made Zhou Jijia more excited than anything else. Xia has become a thing of the past, hasn't it? Although Yang Ming still couldn't forget her, at present, it seemed that Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. She believed that as long as she won Chen Mingyin's sympathy and favor, it would be much easier for Yang Ming to accept her. Every time she thought of this, Zhou Jiejia's heart was sweet. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jiejia could endure the disgust every day and be pleasant to Wang Jitao at Wang Jitao's house. However, although she was feigning civility every day, Zhou Jiejia wasn't a girl who didn't know self-respect. She didn't know that Wang Jitao had a problem in that aspect. She kept a certain distance from Wang Jitao every day in fearing that Wang Jitao would ask her to do something inappropriate. Fortunately, recently, Wang Jitao had just recovered from serious illness. He looked weak every day. Most of the time, he was lying in bed. Zhou Jiejia wasn't so worried, so she dared to stay in the Wang's house until late every day before leaving. Although Zhou Jiejia couldn't enter Wang Jitao's computer, she had browsed through Wang Jitao's computer. Unfortunately, there was nothing valuable in it. In addition to some games, there were some trashy movies that made people blush. Zhou Jiejia carefully hid her tool bag under the sofa and looked at the time on the computer excitedly. Generally speaking, after 8 o'clock, if Wang Shifan didn't come back, he wouldn't come back again. The car stopped in the courtyard where Yang Ming and Xia Shui were imprisoned. Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai, who was being pushed, got out of the car together. Wang Jitao was surprised and curious to see a team of black-shirt men patrolling back and forth in the courtyard. The expression on his face was unpredictable. What the hell is this place? Wang Jitao couldn't help but ask. This is where the Wang family's power lies. These people you see are members of the Wang family's special forces. Huang Yukai pointed to the team of black-shirt men patrolling. Wang family's special forces. Wang Jitao frowned. Why does this name sound like a spy agency? Yes, these people are the men of sacrifice trained by the Wang family at a high price. They are absolutely loyal. Huang Yukai said proudly. These people have not only been trained by several martial arts seniors, but also invited a world-renowned hypnotist to give them a spiritual suggestion. They will definitely carry out the tasks given by the higher-ups. Chapter 571. These people are very powerful. Wang Jitao felt that he was trembling with excitement. Is this the power of the Wang family? Is this my own power? In other words, these armed forces will belong to me? Wang Jitao suddenly felt like he was floating in the air. This feeling of holding absolute power was simply too wonderful. You come here. Huang Yukai casually pointed to a small person and then waved to him. The small person who was called immediately ran over. Brother Huang, what's the matter? Pa. Huang Yukai gave him a big slap. The small person was stunned at once. He looked at Huang Yukai in astonishment. Brother Huang, what's wrong with me? What's wrong? The young master is here. Didn't you see it? You actually asked me what's wrong first? Huang Yukai said angrily. The small person noticed Wang Jitao next to Huang Yukai. He quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, Young master? Sorry, I didn't notice you just now. Please punish me, young master. These people were instilled from the beginning to be absolutely obedient to the father and son of the Wang family. Even if they had never seen Wang Jitao, they had seen Wang Jitao's photos during the previous training. It was just that there was always a certain difference between the real person and the photo. The small person couldn't think that the young master who had never appeared would suddenly come here. Therefore, he neglected this. As for Huang Yukai, although these members of the special forces were also very respectful to him, this respect came entirely from Wang Shifan. If Wang Shifan wasn't satisfied with Huang Yukai, then he would become nothing at any time. The members of the special forces wouldn't even look at him. Therefore, the father and son of the Wang family had absolute command in the special forces. This was also why Huang Yukai had been loyal and didn't dare to have the slightest disloyalty. He was very clear about the strength of the special forces. If he dared to have disloyalty, then he would die very miserably. He was different from Su Daji. Wang Shifan still had a kind heart to Su Daji, because Su Daji was his wife's brother. But he and Wang Shifan were not relatives, so it was a bit hard to say. Forget it. I can't blame you for not knowing. Wang Jitao suddenly had a sense of superiority in his heart. He waved his hand generously and said, "What can you do?" "Young master, what do you want to test me?" Wang Jitao's words made the small person somewhat unable to answer, so he had to answer. "Oh, then can you split the block over there?" Wang Jitao, and Wang Shifan. "Yes, young master." After the short man responded, he walked in the direction of the brick. Without any hesitation, he casually picked up the brick. With a shout, he used his other hand to split the brick in half. Right. You performed very well. What's your name? Replying to the young master, "My name is Li Baozhu." The small person replied, "I will remember you." Wang Jitao nodded and then waved his hand to indicate that he could go. Li Baozhu respectfully retreated. Wang Jitao's heart was excited. If I knew that my family had such an absolutely awesome power, why did I bother to hire Zhang Yuliang? I could have just found a few members of the Wang family special forces. Wouldn't it be easy to fix Yang Ming? Needless to say, if it was Yang Ming at that time, he really couldn't beat the members of the Wang family special forces. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Now, even 10 Li Baozhu were not enough to deal with Yang Ming. It was fate. Wang Jitao didn't use the power of the Wang family special forces to deal with Yang Ming. It was useless to regret now. These people are very powerful. Wang Jitao was very satisfied with Li Baozhu just now. In his opinion, it was already very good to be able to split the red brick with his bare hands. He didn't know about Yang Ming's powerful strength. He thought that Li Baozhu was very badass. As a matter of fact, people like Li Baozhu were trained by masters like Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi. As their masters, Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi weren't Yang Ming's opponents, let alone Li Baozhu. It's okay. That Li Baozhu isn't the most powerful. In the special forces, the powerful people are training in the indoor hall. Huang Yukai explained. "Oh, there are people who are more powerful than him?" Wang Jitao couldn't help but be overjoyed. The Wang family special forces are divided into 3 teams. One is Team which is the most powerful of all the teams, but it is also the most disloyal. These people are all capable people who are recruited by President Wang. They are hired with a lot of money. We only have a relationship of interest with them. As for Team B and Team C, they're completely our own people. These 2 teams are all disciples of Team A's people. Huang Yukai explained in detail. Among these disciples, the better ones form Team B, and those who are not very good form Team C. The Li Baozhu you just saw is a member of Team C. It turned out to be like this. Wang Jitao nodded. His heart was even more proud. In his opinion, Li Guozhu was already very powerful. There was actually someone who was more powerful than him. Let's go. Let's go and see Yang Ming first. Okay, Jitao, let's go this way. Huang Yukai walked in front and led the way for Wang Jitao. Why isn't there a surveillance camera in the room? When Wang Jitao heard that there was no camera in the room, he was immediately disappointed. Catching Yang Ming was also my temporary idea, so I didn't prepare in advance. But it doesn't matter. The room has a security door. He can't play any tricks, said Huang Yukai. That's true, right? What about the idea I said on the road? I can't wait. Wang Jitao had a physical defect, so his whole body and mind had become somewhat distorted. When he thought of his idea, he couldn't help but laugh. This laughter even made Huang Yukai, who had always been known for his conspiracy, couldn't help but shudder. This young master is really insidious. Don't you want to find someone to beat him up first? Huang Yukai suggested. No need. This guy is thick-skinned. It's useless to beat him up. I just want to watch him have fun. After that, I will go to hell. Wang Jitao sneered. That's insidious. Huang Yukai gave a thumbs up and then whispered, Jitao, I think it's a bit inappropriate to drug him. Why is it inappropriate? Asked Wang Jitao. Think about it. If we put an aphrodisiac in the food of Yang Ming and Xia Shui, then Xia Shui will definitely be aware of it. So even if Yang Ming does XX to her, she's likely to feel that this isn't Yang Ming's fault and forgive Yang Ming. Then, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Huang Yukai analyzed. What you said is very reasonable. Then, what do you think we should do? Wang Jitao thought about it and felt that it was indeed like what Huang Yukai said. His initial setting was indeed a bit inappropriate. If you ask me, we can do this. I heard that Xia Shui likes to drink very much. Why don't we give him more wine? Said Huang Yukai. You mean to let them have sex after drinking? Asked Wang Jitao. This doesn't seem to be possible, right? Listen to me. What I want to say is that I know a colorless and tasteless aphrodisiac, but it is only effective for men. After women eat it, it has no effect at all. Let's put in the wine and give it to Yang Ming to drink. Then, Xia Shui won't be aware of it. Huang Yukai suggested. Then, why do we give them wine? It's really beautiful. Can't we just put it in the food directly? Said Wang Jitao. There's one more thing that I didn't say. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. That is, this drug has a good side and a bad side. The good side is that it is only effective for men. The bad side is that the effect is not as strong as other drugs. It belongs to the kind that is relatively slow. So, I suggested to put this drug in the wine. Don't you want to say it? Wine is a sexual medium. In this way, it can play some auxiliary role in the drug effect. It turns out to be like this. Then let's do as you say. Wang Jitao sneered. Yang Ming, you were lucky to escape last time. This time, you raped the policewoman. I want to see if you still won't die. The prepared food and wine were quickly delivered to Yang Ming and Xia Shui's room. There was also a special kitchen in the base, so the food and wine were naturally prepared very quickly. A small window opened above the security door, and a black-shirt man handed in the food and wine. Xia Shui was stunned, and then she shouted at the person, "Where is the person who ordered you? Ask him to come and see me." Yang Ming didn't care about that. He walked straight over and took the food. The person didn't say anything. When he saw Yang Ming take the food, he closed the window and left. Yang Ming had been dealing with Xia Shui. Otherwise, he wouldn't have neglected that Wang Jitao had come here. Chapter 572. After taking the food and wine, Yang Ming put on the coffee table and said to Xia Shui, "Come and eat. You haven't eaten yet, right? You dare to eat the food they sent? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming. Hee, if they want to harm us, do they need to poison the food? Yang Ming smiled. If you don't eat, I can eat it myself. Who said I don't want to eat? Xia Shui actually knew this truth, but the person who sent the food just ignored her question, so she was a little angry. If you want to eat, come over quickly. It looks good. It's quite appetizing. Yang Ming smiled and said, "The preparation is quite thoughtful. I know that you like to drink, and I even prepared wine for you." Seeing the delicious food on the coffee table, Xia Shui couldn't help but feel hungry. She was just arguing with Yang Ming in the Blue Fish Bar, so she didn't ask for anything to eat. Now, she was really a little hungry. Seeing that Yang Ming had already grabbed a chicken leg to eat, Xia Shui immediately couldn't sit still. She directly grabbed a can of beer and opened it. Then, she picked up a chicken wing on the table and ate it. Originally, Xia Shui had a carefree temperament. At this moment, she temporarily forgot the trouble of being caught and ate. Needless to say, the cooking skills of the chefs here were quite good. Yang Ming couldn't stop praising it. How could he know that Wang Jitao was afraid that he and Xia Shui wouldn't eat to their heart's content and wouldn't drink? So, he let the chefs do their best to make such a delicious meal. Fortunately, there was no camera in the room, but there was sound monitoring, so the dialogue between Yang Ming and Xia Shui was passed to Wang Jitao's ears without missing a word. Wang Jitao heard that Yang Ming and Xia Shui were ready to eat, and he was relieved. He waited there evilly for the exciting moment to come. Yang Ming and Xia Shui exchanged drinks, and they were relaxed and happy. Yang Ming had nothing to worry about at all. This kind of place couldn't trap him. If he wanted to leave, it was very easy. As for Xia Shui, she couldn't think of any other way to leave here anyway. When she saw Yang Ming eating so comfortably, she thought that she couldn't let her stomach suffer, so she let go of her thoughts and ate. This wine is not bad. It's a pity that I gave too little. I only took 4 cans. Who can drink enough? Xia Shui looked at the beer in her hand with some regret. Yang Ming smiled. Xia Shui was really cute. Just now, she was still thinking about how to get out. Now that there was good wine and good food, she completely forgot where she was. They can hear us. I'll ask them for more. Yang Ming raised his head and shouted in the direction of the monitoring microphone. Is there any more beer? Bring me some more. In fact, there was no need for Yang Ming to say anything. Wang Jitao was already preparing. He was just afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't drink. As a result, when he heard Xia Shui say that there wasn't enough wine, he was immediately overjoyed. He was so happy that he quickly ordered his men to prepare. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside the room again. Yang Ming glanced at the door and said to Xia Shui, I guess they are here to send us wine. It can't be. They caught us and they're so good to us. Good wine and good food? Xia Shui had some doubts. I guess as long as we don't make any noise and stay obediently, they'll try to satisfy any request we have. Yang Ming said deliberately. Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai listened to Yang Ming's words, but they were relieved. They thought, I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Yang Ming got up and walked over. He said to the door, Who is it? Ka. The window on the door opened. It was the black shirt man just now. The boss heard that you didn't have enough wine, so he asked me to send another box. Okay, thank your boss for me. Yang Ming grinned and took the beer. Yang Ming's current thoughts were to wait and see. The Wang family actually had such a big secret base. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect before. This time, he and Uncle Chun jointly made such a big move. Wang Shifan's downfall had become inevitable, but it certainly wouldn't have much impact on Wang Jitao. After all, the smuggler was Wang Jitao, not his son, Wang Jitao. It could only be said that after Wang Shifan's downfall, the impact on Wang Jitao was great. At least, the previous sense of superiority was gone. Wang Jitao had become a young master in dire straits. As for Wang Jitao, who was used to living a rich life, if he suddenly lost his father, he would definitely not be able to bear the blow. It was probably the same for him. However, this person was too narrow-minded. He would definitely take revenge. Yang Ming was afraid that he would crazily retaliate against Yang Ming and entangle with Yang Ming endlessly. Now, if Wang Jitao controlled such a big base, then Yang Ming would definitely have endless troubles in the future. Although he wasn't afraid of him, he could still be annoyed to death. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to explore the bottom line and see if he could destroy this base in one fell swoop. In that case, Wang Jitao wouldn't have anything to rely on to make a comeback. He wouldn't be able to stir up any big waves. Xia Shui might also know that they were being monitored, so she no longer talked about escaping or related to the smuggling case. The two people chatted about everything, just like a pair of old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Yang Ming, didn't you say that you were better than me? Well, I will give you a chance now. Let's compete here and see who is better. After a few bottles of beer, plus the ones that were drunk in the bar before, Xia Shui was a little drunk. She stood up and pointed at Yang Ming. Do you dare? The bet is still the previous one. The previous one. Whether we can get out or not is still a matter. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui and said, Fighting in the room. Isn't it a joke for the enemy? I don't care. Do you want to compete? Xia Shui asked again. Okay, I won't compete. I'll admit that you are better, okay? Just take it that you won. I haven't eaten enough yet. Come, continue to eat. Yang Ming now didn't have the mood to accompany Xia Shui. It was different from the previous situation. Now, Yang Ming didn't have to show that he was better than Xia Shui. Anyway, both of them were locked together. Xia Shui couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Yang Ming, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by admit defeat? What do you mean by admit defeat? After Xia Shui heard it, she glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, are you looking down on me? Garlic is for eating. It's for driving a train. Yang Ming said indifferently, Hurry up and eat, or I will eat it all. Eat your big head. Yang Ming, stand up for me. Xia Shui was angry. The more Yang Ming smiled, the more Xia Shui felt that he was looking down on her. She was even more annoyed. She directly reached out to grab Yang Ming. Are you done yet? Yang Ming's temper was good, but there had to be a limit. Like Xia Shui, who provoked him again and again, even a clay figurine couldn't stand it. Yang Ming put down the beer can in his hand. He glared at Xia Shui and said, "Hurry up and eat, or else I won't be polite." You won't be polite? Well, I would like to see how you won't be polite. Xia Shui was worried that Yang Ming wouldn't compete with her. When she saw Yang Ming was angry, she was even happier in her heart. She looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Forget it. Don't cry later. I still have to coax you. Yang Ming stood up and sat back down. He waved his hand as if he was a great person who didn't mind a petty person. He picked up a piece of rib and gnawed on it. Yang Ming, if you are a man, you stand up. I want to fight with you one-on-one. Xia Shui was so angry that her teeth began to tremble. What do you mean by crying? When I was in the police academy, I survived the tough training and didn't cry. How can I cry just because of a competition? Xia Shui felt that Yang Ming was insulting her. Since ancient times, women weren't inferior to men. This Yang Ming's words obviously meant that a good man wouldn't fight with a woman. How could Xia Shui stand it? It's this trick again. If Yang Ming didn't stand up now, then he wasn't a man. So for the dignity of his gender, Yang Ming had to stand up. He took out a wet towel and wiped his hands. Then he stood up slowly. Well, let's say it first. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Don't be unconvinced. Okay, let's talk about it after we fight. Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming accepted the challenge and couldn't wait to nod. Then come on. Yang Ming also nodded. Xia Shui couldn't wait to make a move. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly made a truce gesture. What else do you want? Xia Shui asked in a bad mood. I will put this wine and food aside first, so that we don't accidentally touch the ground. I still have to eat later. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Then hurry up. Xia Shui gritted her teeth and said angrily. Yang Ming's request was very reasonable. Xia Shui had no excuse to be angry. Chapter 573. Yang Ming ignored her. After he slowly sorted out the food, he put it on the cabinet at the door. However, the corner of his eyes was always looking at Xia Shui. This silly girl. She's probably going to die of anger, right? Yang Ming suddenly felt that it was fun to make Xia Shui angry. Since the two people knew each other, they had been at each other's throats and had a lot of misunderstandings. Although the misunderstandings were resolved now, and the two people seemed to have become good friends, they treated each other the same way. Now, the two people were almost like quarreling lovers. When they met, they would bicker. Is this okay now? Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming put the food away and asked impatiently. Oh, it's okay. No, wait a minute. Yang Ming pretended to be suddenly enlightened and scratched his head. What do you want? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming helplessly and rolled her eyes. I drank too much wine just now. I'm going to the toilet. Yang Ming said, and went into the bathroom with a smile. You have a lot of shit and pee before the battle. Xia Shui was angry. She didn't care that she was a girl and directly scolded him. However, Xia Shui was a person who didn't care about trifles, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Ming heard it, but he was sweating. You have a lot of shit and pee before the battle. How can you say this? Damn, you drank so much just now. Why don't you go to the toilet? You will suffocate to death. Yang Ming quickly solved the problem of pee. When he just came out of the bathroom, he saw Xia Shui standing at the door of the bathroom. He couldn't help but be stunned. You can't be in such a hurry, right? You ran to the bathroom door and waited for me? What wait for you? Come out quickly. I'm going to the toilet too, Xia Shui said with a red face. Didn't you say that I have a lot of shit and pee? How come you have a lot? Yang Ming was immediately happy when he heard it. I just cursed him, and now it came true. I just happened to. Xia Shui defended herself and went into the bathroom and closed the door. Yang Ming said in his heart, So what if you close the door? Can't I see you? Therefore, he turned his head and looked in the bathroom. Just now, Xia Shui also drank a lot of wine. Originally, if Yang Ming didn't say to go to the toilet, she wouldn't feel anything. When Yang Ming said that he wanted to go to the toilet, she also had the urge to pee. She felt like she couldn't hold it in anymore. Sometimes, human physiology was just so strange. When other people yawned, he would also yawn as if he was infected. Going to the toilet was the same. Xia Shui entered the toilet, took off her pants, and sat down. Outside the door, Yang Ming had a nosebleed. So white, so round, Yang Ming shook his head in shock and quickly retracted his gaze. What's wrong with me today? I'm not like this normally. Usually, I try not to peek at others. Why did I just peek at Xia Shui using the toilet? Could it be that his expression changed today? No, he must have been confused by Xia Shui. It must be like this. Yang Ming resisted the urge to continue watching. He turned his head to the side, not daring to continue watching. He turned around and walked into the house. What's wrong with me today? How did it become like this? Yang Ming patted his head. In the past, he had never used his special ability to peek. Why did I suddenly peek at Xia Shui using the toilet today? Could it be that I drank today? That's not right. My self-control has always been very strong. Yang Ming thought I must have been confused by Xia Shui, that silly girl. That's why I did such a thing. But thinking about it, the scene just now lingered in Yang Ming's mind. Xia Shui, why am I interested in her? Although Xia Shui is quite beautiful and her figure is quite hot, her character shouldn't be my type. It's okay to be a good friend, but forget about being a girlfriend. Yang Ming wondered for a while. Could it be that I haven't vented my desire for too long? No. After this matter is over, I have to find a way to develop further with my little Mingyan. I can't always look for Shao Qing. If Lu Weishan found out, it would be terrible. As he was thinking about it, Xia Shui came out of the bathroom. When she saw Yang Ming, she thought that her sarcastic words just now turned into sarcastic words. She was a little ashamed. In order to avoid embarrassment, she asked directly, Yang Ming, can we fight one-on-one now? Oh, one-on-one. Okay. Yang Ming asked with a smile. Are you done with your shit and urine? Go to hell. Xia Shui was so angry that she picked up a stool in the room and threw it at Yang Ming. Didn't you say one-on-one? Why did you pick up a stool? Yang Ming said with a glare. I said one-on-one, but I didn't say that I couldn't use weapons. Xia Shui said proudly. Although Yang Ming's physical fitness was good, if he was hit by the stool, it would be terrible. He quickly dodged. The stool hit the ground with a pong sound. They seemed to be fighting. In the monitoring room, Wang Jitao said to Huang Yukai inexplicably. What happened? Huang Yukai was also somewhat inexplicable. Why did the two of them fight one-on-one? Did you put a stimulant in the wine? Wang Jitao felt that this wasn't like an aphrodisiac. Why did the two of them fight? Listening to this, they even picked up a stool. It shouldn't be. I asked someone to buy this medicine from India. There shouldn't be any problem. Huang Yukai shook his head. Did they drink too much wine and get too excited because of the alcohol? Who knows? Motherfucker. Wang Jitao scolded, but let's fight. When they are tired, they might want to do that. That's true. Anyway, the two of them are dogs biting each other. Let them fight among themselves, said Huang Yukai. Xia Shui, don't go too far. If you want to fight, fight properly. Why are you using the stool? Yang Ming looked at the floor that was hit by the stool and said with some annoyance. How about it? Are you going to bite me? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming and said provocatively. Bite? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. This silly girl. Can this be said casually? Doesn't she know that bite has other meanings? However, when he thought of the previous long-term meal ticket, Yang Ming was not surprised. Yeah, if you have the guts, bite me. Xia Shui thought that Yang Ming didn't dare, so she continued to shout. Yang Ming was speechless. He only felt a heat in his heart. He really had the urge to bite her. The scene in the toilet that he saw before, for some reason, appeared in front of him again. Yang Ming sighed. He didn't intend to be entangled with Xia Shui anymore. The most important thing was to end the battle quickly. Seeing Yang Ming approaching, Xia Shui didn't show any weakness. She was originally a Sanda master. When she was at the police academy, she even won the first place in the school's fighting competition. In her opinion, no matter how good Yang Ming was at fighting, he was just a little punk. How could the fighting style of a punk be compared to a formal Sanda? Hey, Xia Shui punched at Yang Ming with full strength. It seemed that she was ready to show Yang Ming her strength. Did you not eat enough? Yang Ming dodged the blow inadvertently and ridiculed. I just asked you to finish your meal first. Why are you so weak now? Oof. Xia Shui snorted coldly. She didn't expect that her fierce punch would be dodged by Yang Ming. She was immediately dissatisfied. The speed of her punch also increased. Are you done? Yang Ming seemed to reach out his hand, but he just happened to grab Xia Shui's left and right wrists. Let go. Xia Shui didn't expect that she could be caught by Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed as she pulled her hands behind. Let go for what? Let go of you and continue to be a monkey? Yang Ming snorted. Okay, are you going to admit defeat or not? Who lost? Xia Shui suddenly raised her leg and used her knee to hit Yang Ming's lower body. Fuck. Yang Ming cursed and quickly bent his body back. Because his hands were holding Xia Shui's hands, even if he dodged back, his abdomen was still hit by Xia Shui. However, this was better than blocking little Yang Ming. Yang Ming was really a little angry now. In the beginning, he had the attitude of playing with Xia Shui. He didn't really make a move. But at this moment, seeing that Xia Shui actually used such a move, it would be strange if Yang Ming didn't get angry. You fucking want me to die without descendants. Yang Ming angrily hugged Xia Shui and carried her up. Who asked you not to let go? After Xia Shui kicked, she already regretted it. I was too impulsive. Yang Ming wasn't the fugitive that I caught. Yang Ming was my friend now. Although it was a competition, it was impossible to use such a sinister move. Therefore, Xia Shui had actually held back a lot of strength. But Xia Shui's only shortcoming was that she was stubborn. Now that she saw that Yang Ming was angry, she was even more unwilling to admit her mistake. Chapter 574. It seems that they are really fighting. Wang Jitao frowned. It's quite intense. What's going on? Huang Yukai scratched his head and said, Is the effect of the drug not enough? Damn, if you ask me, who should I ask? This idea is yours. Now it doesn't work. What should I do? Wang Jitao said angrily. Let's wait and see. It should be that the drug effect hasn't taken effect yet. It's good to let these two people warm up. Huang Yukai said, the more intense the fight, the greater the contradiction between the two people. When the drug effect suddenly takes effect, if Yang Ming XX Xia Shui, then Xia Shui will obviously think that he is angry and retaliating against her. Then Yang Ming will definitely be finished. Good idea. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. After Wang Jitao heard it, he clapped and said, Uncle Huang, you are thinking long-term. Hee, you flatter me. I am giving advice for you and President Wang. Huang Yukai said respectfully. Yang Ming had been made red by Xia Shui. This Xia Shui, I really have to teach her a lesson. Fortunately, I am agile. If I were an ordinary person, I would be crippled on the spot. Yang Ming directly threw Xia Shui on the bed. He was hot-headed. He took off her pants, revealing the white inside. Yeah, what are you doing? Xia Shui was shocked and quickly exclaimed, Why are you taking off my pants? Don't be noisy. Yang Ming said angrily, If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As Yang Ming said, he raised his hand and slapped Xia Shui's butt. A red palm print suddenly appeared. Xia Shui screamed loudly. She tried to break free, but she couldn't. Yang Ming pressed her legs with his legs and pressed his other hand on her body. She couldn't move at all. Yang Ming seemed to have taken off Xia Shui's pants. Wang Jitao was overjoyed. Is the drug working? Why do I feel like it's Yang Ming hitting Xia Shui's butt? Huang Yukai wondered. Who cares? I think it's about time. Maybe Yang Ming has some special hobby and likes to play some kind of torture. Wang Jitao said excitedly. And I guess so. Huang Yukai also nodded. Pa. Yang Ming was getting more and more excited, but he didn't want Xia Shui to be in too much pain. The strength of his hand had changed from the initial full strength to the current state where there was only a sound and not much pain. Yang Ming, you stop. Xia Shui had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had suffered such a big insult. She was already fuming with anger. Stop? Oomph. Why I told you to stop just now? Why didn't you listen to me? Yang Ming lectured as he hit. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you awesome? Let's see if you're still awesome now. Yang Ming, I'm going to kill you. Xia Shui was ashamed and angry. She was a girl, and an unmarried girl. She was actually taken off her pants and spanked by Yang Ming. If this spread out, how could she still have the face to live? Huh, you still don't accept it, right? Yang Ming was suddenly amused. If you don't accept it, I will continue to hit you until you accept it. Yang Ming, if you have the guts, don't let me get up. If I get up, it will be your death date. Xia Shui roared. Okay, then I won't let you get up. Although Yang Ming was talking to Xia Shui, his hands didn't stop at all. He continued to spank Xia Shui's butt, making a pa-pa sound. Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of her no matter how she threatened him. So she closed her mouth, clenched her teeth, and silently endured the humiliation. Yang Ming didn't care so much. However, he didn't know why, but Yang Ming's heart was unusually excited. Gradually, the force that was hitting Xia Shui was basically gone. What was left was more and more like stroking Xia Shui. Xia Shui was already prepared for her, but to explode. But later, she felt that something was wrong. Yang Ming wasn't hitting her, but more like giving her a massage. Could it be that Yang Ming found his conscience? Seeing that but couldn't bear it, he rubbed it for her? Xia Shui thought strangely. However, if it were other parts, it would be fine. But Yang Ming was rubbing her, but now, how can this kind of part be touched by others? Moreover, after being touched by Yang Ming, Xia Shui suddenly had a very strange feeling, which made her a little excited and a little nervous. The previous pain was completely gone, and it was replaced by another feeling that she had never felt before. It was uncomfortable, but it was somewhat comfortable. It was comfortable, but it was a very intolerable kind of comfort. Isn't there a saying that one should welcome while rejecting? Xia Shui was in such a mood now. This made Xia Shui somewhat don't know what to do. Obviously, she felt that being touched by Yang Ming like this shouldn't be, but she was somewhat reluctant to give up this strange feeling. On the other side, Xia Shui was fiercely struggling in her heart, and Yang Ming's expression on the other side also began to become absent-minded. Looking at Xia Shui in front of him, a very evil idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Push Xia Shui down. Anyway, I have already touched it, so it doesn't matter anymore. Looking at Xia Shui now, she doesn't seem to be very repulsed by me. Then why not, as he thought about it? Yang Ming couldn't help but reach out to Xia Shui's lower body. Xia Shui was shocked and immediately woke up from the chaotic state just now. How could Xia Shui not be nervous when her sensitive part was attacked? That part was different from her, but she couldn't let Yang Ming touch it. Xia Shui, who was awake, immediately yelled at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, what are you doing? You dare to be a hooligan? Yang Ming was yelled at by Xia Shui, and he suddenly woke up a lot. His hand movements immediately stopped. What was I doing just now? Recalling his previous thoughts, Yang Ming was shocked. Why did I have such a thought just now? I actually wanted to rape Xia Shui? If I really did that, how should I deal with my relationship with Xia Shui? If Chen Fei knew about it, what should I do? Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his hand and looked at Xia Shui awkwardly. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Then where did your hand reach? Xia Shui said angrily. I forget it. Yang Ming knew that it was useless no matter how he explained it. The facts were the facts. His heart was a little upset. What is this? Why do I feel so strange today? Why am I so impulsive? When Xia Shui saw Yang Ming like this, she felt even more wronged in her heart. You touched it for nothing? Forget it? She really wanted to tear Yang Ming into pieces, but she didn't know why, but her whole body was very weak. She was too lazy to beat up Yang Ming. She lay on the bed and actually cried. Yang Ming was shocked by this cry. In his opinion, Xia Shui was a careless person. She had the temperament of a man. It was impossible for her to cry. Why did she suddenly cry? Xia Shui, what happened to you? Yang Ming asked carefully. Whoa. Xia Shui didn't answer. She just kept sobbing. AI. Yang Ming sighed and let go of Xia Shui helplessly. He stood up. Xia Shui, I was wrong. Don't cry, okay? Whoa. What answered him was still sobbing. You won, and I lost. In the future, I will treat you to a meal every day, okay? It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only start to tempt Xia Shui with conditions. Who asked him to be the one at fault this time? He actually had lust for Xia Shui. He really reaped what he sowed. Xia Shui still didn't answer. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned around and went to the bathroom. Why is my mind so muddled today? After Yang Ming washed his face, he leaned on the windowsill of the bathroom. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked. Yang Ming rarely smoked now, except when there was something bothering him, such as now. If Xia Shui continued to make trouble like this, if Chen Mingyan knew about it, he would definitely be finished. Attempting to have an affair with the female subordinate of Chen Mingyan's father. This is a big crime. Let Xia Shui calm down. I should stay in the bathroom for the time being. Anyway, I don't know how long I'll be locked up. I have plenty of time to counsel this silly girl. Now, Yang Ming didn't intend to fight with Xia Shui anymore. Whoever wants to be more powerful can be more powerful. If she wants to eat my food, then I will treat her. Who asked me to take advantage of her? Although I just touched it and didn't feel anything, I still touched it after all. I can't deny it even if I want to. Chapter 575. What's the matter? Wang Jitao wondered. I don't know. Why did Yang Ming suddenly stop? Huang Yukai was also somewhat inexplicable. Just now, Wang Jitao felt that it was good. When he heard Xia Shui shouting rogue, he was very happy. But suddenly, Yang Ming seemed to have a conscience and stopped. Damn, how can this kid be so patient? Wang Jitao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. We are about to enter the most important topic. This kid can still hold it. It seems that your drug is not effective. Huang Yukai was also sullen. He was so angry. This Yang Ming didn't give me face. This was the first time I showed my strategy in front of the future master. I was feeling good about myself, and then such a thing happened. No, I can't let the future master look down on me. Huang Yukai frowned and thought about a new strategy. I got it. Huang Yukai slapped his thigh and shouted. What's wrong? Is there any good strategy? Wang Jitao asked quickly. I thought of a good idea. Huang Yukai said, don't they have a TV in their room? What about it? Asked Wang Jitao. This TV is connected to our control room. We can control the TV at any time and broadcast the program. Huang Yukai explained. What does this have to do with that? Wang Jitao wondered. Uncle Huang, can you be more direct? Let's show Yang Ming a lifestyle film. Isn't that simple? Huang Yukai said, since he can hold it now. Let's light up another fire. Let's give him some stimulation. Let's see if he can still hold it. Awesome. It's awesome. Wang Jitao said after listening. Then hurry up. I will arrange for someone to do it. Huang Yukai nodded and immediately found an underling. You go now and buy me some lifestyle films immediately. Lifestyle films. This underling was more honest. He didn't know what it meant. It's porn. Huang Yukai explained. Porn? The underling still didn't understand. Damn, it's porn. Wang Jitao shouted impatiently. Porn, do you understand now? Understood, understood. I will get it now. The underling nodded quickly. Get something fierce. Something like Wu Tung Lan, Hong Yin, and so on. Wang Jitao added. Okay, I got it. The underling said. 10 minutes later, the TV in the room where Yang Ming was in the room.com. Calm. Yang Ming was smoking in the bathroom and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. Calm. What was that sound? But where? On the TV, a naked woman was masturbating. Xia Shui quickly lowered her head. Why did the TV suddenly turn on? Yes, it must be Yang Ming. This rogue. Xia Shui ran to the TV in a few steps. She wanted to turn off the TV, but she helplessly found that the TV was installed inside the wall. There was no switch on the outside. It is better to let her watch for a while. When her mood is better, what happened to me just now won't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dispelled the idea of going out immediately. He simply turned on the water in the bathroom and prepared to take a shower to sober up. I was too impulsive just now, which almost led to a big disaster. So, Yang Ming was ready to take a shower to keep himself awake. Don't do anything stupid. Zhou Jijia looked at the time. It was estimated that Wang Jitao couldn't come back tonight, and Wang Jitao's mother wasn't here during this time. Zhou Jijia was still wondering why she didn't see Wang Jitao's mother. It turned out that after Wang Jitao killed Sudaji, he was afraid that Wang Jitao's mother would notice something. So he found an excuse to tell her that the police were tracking Sudaji, and it might involve him. He asked her to go back to her mother's house to stay for a while and keep a distance from him to avoid the limelight. Zhou Jijia tiptoed into Wang Shifan's study room. She first moved Wang Shifan's computer mainframe from a desk. Then, she took out a heat gun from her toolkit. She connected it to the power source and heated it against the warning label on it. This was a good method that Zhou Jijia found on the internet. It was said that many profiteers use this method to open the fragile one-time seal of some goods. After heating, the glue on the fragile seal became a lot softer, and it could be completely torn off. Zhou Jijia carefully removed the fragile seal, and there was a smile on her face. It was really complete. There was no damage. After carefully putting away the fragile seal, Zhou Jijia took out a screwdriver and nimbly disassembled the case of the mainframe. Then, she unplugged the data cable on the hard disk inside and directly connected it to the data cable she brought. Opening the laptop, Zhou Jijia excitedly began to search the data in Wang Shifan's hard disk. Sure enough, in a hidden folder in the D drive, this simple method of hiding files was a piece of cake for Zhou Jijia. Under the folder, Zhou Jijia found 2 Excel documents. One was called Purchase Account, and the other was called Sales Details. With excitement, Zhou Jijia opened the documents. Sure enough, seeing the names on it, Zhou Jijia's breathing became rapid. This is it. This is Wang Shifan's smuggling account book. Zhou Jijia didn't dare to delay. She quickly sent the 2 documents to the mailbox specified by Chun Fei. After finishing, Zhou Jijia quickly began to clean up the mess. However, at this time, downstairs there was the sound of a key opening the door. Chapter 576. Zhou Jijia was shocked. She quickly sped up the speed of her hands and put the disassembled computer box back. But how could this be done immediately? Not only did the original hard drive cable have to be plugged back, but the screws and breakable label had to be installed as well. Even if Zhou Jijia was fast, it was too late. Zhou Jijia only felt that her heart was squeezed together. She only hoped that the person wouldn't enter the study. However, things often went against her wishes. Zhou Jijia didn't wait for half of the installation, and there were footsteps behind her. Hey, Jijia, what are you doing? Wang Shifan looked suspiciously at Zhou Jijia, who was squatting on the floor and fiddling with the computer. Wang, Uncle Wang, I'm not doing anything. I'm just bored, fiddling with the computer, Zhou Jijia said with trepidation. Fiddling with the computer when you have nothing to do? Wang Shifan was very puzzled, but he couldn't think of any reason to doubt it. He had to nod. The computer in my study has important documents of the company. You'd better not touch it. Got it, Uncle Wang. I will install it for you. I was just curious. I saw that your computer has a boot password. Zhou Jijia secretly felt lucky. It seemed that Wang Shifan didn't notice anything. Oh, then don't fiddle with it. Wang Shifan's gaze suddenly stopped on Zhou Jijia's computer desktop. He looked at the 2 attachment names on the email that had just been sent out. He was suddenly stunned. After a while, he asked with a sullen face, "What is this?" "No, nothing." Zhou Jijia was shocked. Her tone was stuttering. "Nothing? You touched my computer? Who did you send these things to?" Wang Shifan's eyes immediately turned red. He stared at Zhou Jijia, full of murderous intent. "No, nothing. I was just curious to take a look." Zhou Jijia was scared at the moment. Her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out. Who did you send it to? Say it. Wang Shifan naturally wouldn't believe that Zhou Jiejie took a look because of curiosity. It turns out that this is the case. You really don't have any good intentions. You dismantle my computer just for this. So what? At this point, it was impossible for Zhou Jiejie to hide it. The facts were in front of her. Even if she made up a lie, Wang Shifan wouldn't believe it. It was better to just admit it. So, he gritted his teeth and looked up heroically. He looked straight at Wang Shifan. I came to your house to collect evidence. Now, I have sent these things to the criminal investigation captain of the police station, Chen Fei. Your crime has been exposed. Anyway, my mission is completed. Since the matter was discovered by Wang Shifan, then I just admit it. What would he do to me? At most, they would kill him to vent their anger. However, in this way, Wang Shifan couldn't escape the law. I can eliminate a big obstacle for Yang Ming. I didn't die in vain. After Wang Shifan was caught, no one would harm Yang Ming anymore. I'll kill you. Wang Shifan was so angry that he trembled. His eyes were red. He obviously lost his mind. He reached out and grabbed Zhou Jiejie's neck. I will strangle you. You fucking dare to sue me. I will kill you. Cough, cough. Zhou Jiejie was suffocated by Wang Shifan's choke. She was a weak woman. How could she be Wang Shifan's opponent? Moreover, Zhou Jiejie was now holding the mentality of death. She didn't even resist. She gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Shifan. It was really like a generous sacrifice. Death is just death. Perhaps, because of my death, Yang Ming will feel guilty. As long as he can remember that there was once a girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for him, that is enough. In the dead of night, I can occasionally remember that there was a girl named Zhou Jiejie who loved him deeply. Then I will be very happy even in heaven. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie closed her eyes happily. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Zhou Jiejie's expression of seeking death, Wang Shifan was even more angry. He increased the strength of his hand and wanted to break Zhou Jiejie's neck. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Wang Shifan was so angry that his breathing was not smooth. This woman is really scheming. She actually compromised in order to screw me over. What made him most upset was that his silly son actually didn't notice that this woman had a disloyal heart. Thinking of this, Wang Shifan's strength in his hand loosened a little. He thought, no, I can't strangle her now. I have to get her in front of my son and then kill her. I will also let Jitao see it and let him learn a lesson. Anyway, I am finished this time. The police will probably come to arrest me soon. But my son, Wang Jitao, still has a long way to go. I will let him see the true face of Zhou Jiejie. I will let him not easily trust anyone in the future. Wang Shifan released the hand on Zhou Jiejie's neck and then prepared to take Zhou Jiejie to the base. He wanted to kill Zhou Jiejie in front of his son. Zhou Jiejie had been strangled by Wang Shifan. Now her consciousness was very vague, but even if she was awake, she knew that she couldn't escape. She simply lay there quietly, waiting for the last moment of her life to come. Soon, Wang Shifan found a rope and tied Zhou Jiejie's hands and feet. Then, he carried her and quickly threw her into his car. After doing all this, Wang Shifan took the passbook that he had given to Wang Jitao in advance and the Swiss bank account card with him, because he knew that soon the police would completely seal up his home. He couldn't go back to this house. Wang Shifan took a last look at his house. This was the last time he would come out from here. Wang Shifan shook his head. People live for a lifetime, and there's only one spring. I have been awesome and awe-inspiring. I have enjoyed what I should enjoy. My son has grown up. There is nothing to miss. Starting the car, Wang Shifan drove to the base to complete his last mission. Yang Ming took off his clothes and put them away. Then, he stepped directly into the bathroom. Just now, Xia Shui's sneak attack on his lower body made him break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he could take a comfortable hot bath. Xia Shui was actually very pure, but everyone had curiosity. It was the first time Xia Shui saw the real thing between a man and a woman. Naturally, she was interested in studying it. Although she was ashamed, when she saw that Yang Ming was not in the room, she let go of the courage to watch. This man doesn't look so good. He is not as handsome as Yang Ming. Xia Shui looked at the male lead in the film and thought to herself. She didn't know why, but she actually compared him with Yang Ming. Probably Yang Ming is also a pervert. Only a pervert can compare with a man on TV. Both of them are the same kind of people. Xia Shui explained. Poor Xia Shui only felt that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter. Moreover, her legs began to rub against each other involuntarily. Although the drug that Huang Yukai put in the wine was only effective for men, nothing was absolute. Any drug would have some side effects. If the amount was small, it would not work on women, but it couldn't withstand the large amount. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, the effect of the drug was magnified several times. Coincidentally, there was also the catalyst of this TV program, which pushed the desire in Xia Shui's body to the peak. No, I can't watch it anymore. Xia Shui only felt that her legs were wet. There was a strange feeling of dryness all over her body, which made her feel unbearable pain. Xia Shui stood up abruptly and rushed to the bathroom. She wanted to use cold water to wake herself up. She couldn't indulge in this kind of thing anymore. Yang Ming, you come out, Xia Shui shouted and opened the bathroom door and rushed in. Yang Ming didn't have any guard against Xia Shui. He thought that she wouldn't take the initiative to come to him, so he didn't even lock the bathroom door. When he saw Xia Shui rushing in so recklessly, he was suddenly shocked. I'm not wearing any clothes. Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly reached out to take the bath towel not far away. Xia Shui originally thought that Yang Ming was just hiding in the bathroom. She didn't expect that he was actually taking a shower naked. She was suddenly stunned. She just wanted to scold Yang Ming, but in her mind, she couldn't help but think of the scene she just saw on TV. Compared to Yang Ming's strong and burly figure, the man on TV was simply a gigolo. When Xia Shui's eyes stayed on Yang Ming's strong chest and abdominal muscles, Xia Shui's heart suddenly jumped and her breathing became more rapid. She only felt that her mouth was dry. This was not the end of it. Xia Shui's eyes continued to move down. Finally, she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. However, Yang Ming's reaction was faster. Xia Shui just caught a glimpse, and he wrapped the bath towel around himself. He glared at Xia Shui and scolded. Don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you know that you're being a hooligan? Chapter 577. However, Yang Ming's reaction was relatively fast. Xia Shui only caught a glimpse, and he wrapped the bath towel around himself. It seems that this assassin skill is still very useful in case of emergency. Yang Ming glared and scolded Xia Shui angrily. Don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you know that you're acting like a hooligan? Yang Ming. Xia Shui didn't hear what Yang Ming said. Her eyes were blurred. She unconsciously called out Yang Ming's name and leaned toward Yang Ming. Damn, what are you doing? Yang Ming was shocked. He was a little stunned by Xia Shui's action. I hug me. Xia Shui was a little incoherent. Although she felt that her behavior was very inappropriate, her body was completely out of control. Originally, she wanted to wake up in the bathroom, but she didn't expect to see Yang Ming standing there naked taking a shower. Xia Shui was stunned, and the desire in her body became more vigorous. Now, she actually had an impulse to do the things on TV with Yang Ming. Are you crazy? Yang Ming was now fully awake. Otherwise, he really couldn't grasp the temptation in front of him. Yang Ming shook his head. This Xia Shui, she was obviously too passionate from watching TV. She was possessed. I'm so hot. I can't, Xia Shui said as she began to take off her clothes. Originally, this room was hot. She had already taken off her coat when she was eating. At this moment, there was only a cashmere shirt inside. It was easily taken off by Xia Shui, directly revealing the small vest inside. Yang Ming looked at it and was moved. Motherfucker, this Xia Shui. Isn't she tempting me to make a mistake? Looking at Xia Shui's curvy upper body, Yang Ming really wanted to push her down on the spot. However, Yang Ming was still more rational than impulsive. After a long period of arduous training, Yang Ming's willpower was much stronger than before. He would not be easily tempted. All right, stop messing around. Yang Ming resisted the impulse in his heart and shouted at Xia Shui, hoping to scare her. It's so hot. Xia Shui didn't realize it and wasn't moved by Yang Ming's roar. While she continued to tear her clothes, she suddenly grabbed Yang Ming's right hand and pressed it against her chest. Xia Shui's action was completely subconscious. She had just seen the female lead do this on TV. Subconsciously, she did the same action. Yang Ming was greatly shocked, and his entire body suddenly trembled. However, the fullness and softness in his hands made Yang Ming somewhat reluctant to leave. Although Yang Ming had tried his best to control his emotions, he really couldn't resist the temptation in front of him. Touching should be fine, right? This was what Xia Shui had asked for. It had nothing to do with him. Xia Shui was still not satisfied. She reached out and grabbed the bath towel on Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming was enjoying it very comfortably. Suddenly, he felt a chill under his body. The bath towel had been pulled to the ground by Xia Shui. Ah! Xia Shui screamed. She reached out and wanted to continue to grab it. Although Yang Ming was also burning with lust because of Xia Shui, there was only one thought in his mind at the moment. Xia Shui must not be pushed. If I push, it will be a big problem. Chun Fei's underling, is it so easy to push? If I don't stop Xia Shui now, then I will really be done for. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care about the feeling in his hand. He grabbed Xia Shui's collar and dragged her into the bathroom. He turned the shower to the cold direction and aimed the spray at Xia Shui. Xia Shui was suddenly drenched by the cold water and sneezed. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Xia Shui screamed. Cold, it's so cold. Yang Ming didn't care much. He continued to press Xia Shui's head and let her continue to be hit by the cold shower. Let me go. Yang Ming, I want to kill you. Do you want to freeze me to death? Xia Shui seemed to have completely sobered up. She had regained her temper in the past. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and let Xia Shui go. It was a close call. Yeah. Xia Shui looked up and saw the naked Yang Ming. She suddenly exclaimed, What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xia Shui. What are you doing naked? What are you doing? Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming with a red face. What am I doing naked? Isn't it because of you? Yang Ming was angry. Silly girl, did you lose your memory? What am I going to do to you? Is there a mistake? It's you who is going to do to me. Xia Shui was scolded by Yang Ming and immediately woke up. She wasn't unconscious just now, so what she did before suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She immediately felt ashamed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming again. Just now, I actually flirted with Yang Ming. It's so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Xia Shui couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Although Yang Ming was annoyed by Xia Shui, after all, he was also lustful just now. He took advantage of Xia Shui for a while, so it wasn't good to say anything more. Moreover, he wasn't wearing anything now. It wasn't the right thing to stay in the bathroom with Xia Shui, so he sighed. Forget it. I'll let the matter of you being a hooligan to me go. I spanked your butt before, and now you also? In short, it cancels each other out. Oh. Xia Shui nodded mechanically. Although she felt unconvinced in her heart, she couldn't say any reason to refute. However, she always felt that Yang Ming took advantage of her. He's a big man. What is there to lose? It's like I did something to him. Yang Ming took advantage of the time when Xia Shui still hadn't figured it out and quickly left the bathroom. He didn't want to have too much to do with Xia Shui now. Xia Shui became Yang Ming's character this time. In the bathroom, she was so ashamed that she didn't dare to come out and face Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the top-notch blockbuster that was still playing in the hall and secretly scolded Shameless. The association noticed that he was different after drinking before, and also faintly noticed something. Could it be that this guy, Wang Jitao, wants to harm me again? XX policewoman. Wang Jitao is more insidious this time than last time. Fortunately, I have enough self-control, or else I would really be harmed by him. Could it be that Wang Jitao is already here? Yang Ming raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the monitoring room. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jitao sitting next to Huang Yukai with a sinister face. He was carefully listening to the movement in his room. Yang Ming didn't pretend now. Isn't it time to solve the final problem? Since the main character has arrived, then I don't need to stay here anymore. It's time. Yang Ming directly kicked the LCD TV on the wall. Then, he picked up a can of beer on the ground and smashed it on the monitor. Bang! With a loud sound, the monitoring device was declared to be useless. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Wang Jitao suddenly covered his ears and screamed. He was almost turned deaf by Yang Ming. What's going on? Wang Jitao rubbed his buzzing eardrums and cursed in exasperation. What the hell? It seems that Yang Ming destroyed the monitor. Huang Yukai explained. Motherfucker, could it be that these two people have already done it? Did you accidentally break the listening device? Wang Jitao tried his best to think of the evil side of the matter. It is also possible. It is also possible. Huang Yukai echoed. Find someone to check it out. Wang Jitao instructed. Yes. Huang Yukai just wanted to call someone, but the door of the monitoring room was pushed open. Wang Shifan came in with Shou Jiejia. President Wang, Jieda, Huang Yukai, and Wang Jitao spoke at the same time. Wang Shifan listened to Wang Jitao's words and couldn't help but sigh. This son of mine, there's nothing else. It's just that he's too infatuated. This woman has betrayed him, but he still cares about her so much. It seems that it is necessary to bring Zhou Jiejia here today to let my son see her true colors. Dad, why did you tie Zhou Jiejia up? Wang Jitao was shocked. Hurry up and release her. What are you doing? Jitao, don't move. Stand there for me. Wang Shifan immediately shouted to stop his son. Wang Jitao was stunned. He looked at his serious father in front of him and was somewhat overwhelmed. Did Yukai tell you about Dad's matter? Wang Shifan glanced at his son and asked faintly. Along the way, he had thought about it clearly, so he was able to let it go. He didn't care about anything. Yes, but Uncle Huang said that it might not be a problem, right? Wang Jitao didn't understand why his father suddenly asked this. His mind was now on Zhou Jiejia. Chapter 578. Originally, it wasn't necessarily a problem, but now it is definitely a problem. Wang Shifan sneered. Jitao, look at this good girlfriend of yours. If it weren't for her, your dad wouldn't be like this now, haha. Dad, what the hell is going on? What does it have to do with Jiejia? Wang Jitao asked, baffled. President Wang, what the hell is going on? Huang Yukai also raised his head and asked in confusion. Zhou Jiejia. It is this little bitch who sent all our smuggling accounts over the years to the police station. Wang Shifan grabbed Zhou Jiejia's collar and screamed, I calculated everything, but I didn't expect that in the end it would be because of this. Dad, you said that Zhou Jiejia reported you? This is impossible. Wang Jitao asked with some disbelief. Jiejia isn't such a person. No. What else can it be? I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be fake? Do you have to wait for your dad to be arrested by the police before you believe it? Wang Shifan looked at his son and was angry. Every day, he would have disputes with others because of a few women. Wang Jitao still wanted to say something, but when he saw his father's angry look, he shut his mouth. President Wang, do you mean that the matter has been exposed? Huang Yukai asked in surprise. Yes, it is estimated that the police have surrounded my house now. Fortunately, I found it in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to tell you in Jitao. Wang Shifan shook his head. President Wang, what are you going to do now? Huang Yukai sighed. This day had finally come. What should I do? Yukai, Jitao will be handed over to you in the future. As Wang Shifan said this, he took out 2 documents from his briefcase and said, I have written a statement. Since yesterday, I have resigned from the position of the chairman of the board of directors of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. I have transferred all the shares in my hands to Wang Jitao. I officially appoint you as the president of Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Also, Gu Jinchao's ability is not bad. He could be of great use. I have already revealed to him that I intend to retire. I believe that you and him will definitely be able to assist Jitao well. President Huang Yukai was very sad after listening. How about I admit all these crimes? Wang Shifan was very touched as he patted Huang Youcai's shoulder and said, Yukai, I understand your mind. I didn't trust you in vain. However, you can't take the blame for these things. Even if you go, the police aren't fools. In the end, I will still be involved. Why not just accept all of them and throw you out? President Huang Yukai wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said, You are talented. I will leave Jitao to you in the future. Don't worry, President Wang. I will take good care of Jitao. I will make him a person who surpasses your achievements. Huang Yukai nodded solemnly. Wang's group will definitely go to glory in Jitao's hands. Okay, then I'm relieved. Wang Shifan nodded and turned his head. He looked at Wang Jitao, who was already dumbfounded. He said with pity and love, Jitao, Dad is leaving. In the future, you'll follow Yukai. Grow up well and manage our family's group well. Dad, what are you talking about? Wang Jitao said in a hurry. If something happens to you, what will happen to my mother and I? Be good, be obedient. Wang Shifan sighed. Even if Dad doesn't have an accident this time, there will be a day when I will be old. You have to learn to grow up. Besides, there is Uncle Huang looking after you. I am relieved. Dad, Wang Jitao was still a teenager. His eyes suddenly turned red. Well, Jitao, be a man. Don't cry. As long as you live well and carry forward the family business, I will be satisfied. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said, Dad, you can rest assured. I will definitely avenge you. Wang Jitao said as he clenched his teeth. Ha! A slap on Wang Jitao's face. Wang Shifan glared at him and said, Revenge? What revenge? The one who sentenced your dad was the court. Are you looking for the court for revenge? You are confused. That Wang Jitao thought that his father, who was determined to avenge, would be happy, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Your dad did something wrong. Even if he was sentenced to death, he had no regrets. He deserved it. Wang Shifan said angrily, The money I saved for you is enough for you to spend. Even if you have no achievements in your life, you don't have to worry about food and clothing. Don't do illegal things anymore. Don't do unnecessary fights with others. Don't ruin things because of a woman. Dad, Wang Jitao had been nodding, but when he heard the last sentence for a woman, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Dad, did you really see Zhou Jiejie do that thing? Yukai, find someone to bring a bucket of cold water. Wang Shifan didn't answer, but he directly instructed Huang Yukai. Yes. Huang Yukai nodded and picked up the intercom system on the table. He pressed the call button and said, Bring me a basin of cold water. After a while, a black shirt man came in with a basin of cold water. When he saw Wang Shifan, he immediately said respectfully, Master, young master, Brother Huang. Wake her up for me. Wang Shifan nodded. He was very satisfied with the black shirt man's greeting. He pointed to Zhou Jiejie on the ground and then walked to the side. Yes, the black shirt man replied. Then he picked up the basin and poured it on Zhou Jiejie's head. With a splash, the basin of water drenched Zhou Jiejie like a drowned rat. Zhou Jiejie screamed, Ah, and woke up. She sneezed a few times before she looked up. Motherfucker, bitch. Say it. Who sent you? Wang Shifan saw that Zhou Jiejie woke up and asked immediately, If you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you ask so much? Zhou Jiejie snorted and said faintly, Bitch, you are quite stubborn. As Wang Shifan said this, he poured a cup of tea on the table on Zhou Jiejie's face. Dad, what are you doing? Wang Jitao exclaimed. Son, at this time, do you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Didn't you hear what she said? She admitted it herself. Wang Shifan looked at Wang Jitao helplessly and was angry with him. Jiejie, are you lying to me? Say it. Wang Jitao looked at Zhou Jiejie and asked anxiously, "You said that you were playing with us. Why are you so stupid? Aren't you asking for trouble?" Wang Jitao, "What your dad said is true. I'm the one who reported him. I just wanted Wang family to fall." Zhou Jiejie looked cold and sneered. "Who asked him to use Yang Ming to force me? I like Yang Ming. Even if I have to die for him, I'm willing. I have been lying to you all along. I don't like you at all." "What?" Wang Jitao listened to Zhou Jiejie's words with his own ears. He stood on the spot and looked at Zhou Jiejie stupidly. What about me? Your Wang family is finished. This is the result of your evil deeds." Zhou Jiejie said without fear. "Kill me." Wang Jitao looked at Zhou Jiejie absent-mindedly. He couldn't accept the facts in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha!" Wang Shifan suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Jiejie was somewhat inexplicable. "Yang Ming. You're doing this for Yang Ming, right?" Wang Shifan laughed until he trembled a little. "So what?" Zhou Jiejie suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what was wrong. "Bring Yang Ming in." Wang Shifan slammed the table and ordered the black shirt man who just came in. "Yes, master," the black shirt man said. "What? Why is Yang Ming here?" Zhou Jiejie was shocked. Sure enough, the bad feeling came true. She thought that Yang Ming couldn't appear here, so she said that. Because Wang Shifan was going to be finished soon, he couldn't even take care of himself. How could he go back and find trouble with Yang Ming? However, what she never thought was that Yang Ming was actually caught before her. "How is it? You didn't expect it, right? Not bad. Yang Ming is here with me." Wang Shifan giggled. His smile was so bright and happy as if it was a great thing. "You." Zhou Jiejie suddenly felt that she had done something wrong. She was very annoyed. Why am I so stupid? Why did I tell the truth to Wang Shifan? I messed up again. It seems that I am born to be Yang Ming's jinx. Aren't you doing this for Yang Ming? I will kill him first. Hee. Wang Shifan was almost in a state of madness. His voice changed just right. "Both of you can die together." Chapter 579. Wang Jitao also recovered from his daze at this time. His eyes were full of anger. This feeling of being deceived and played like a monkey was intolerable to any man. Although Wang Jitao wasn't a real man now, his heart was even more twisted and unbearable. "Die. Let her die. Let Yang Ming die too." Wang Jitao gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open and red like a rabbit. Wang Shifan was thinking about how to make Yang Ming die more miserably. In his opinion, Yang Ming was already in his bag. In the base, could he still run away? It was best to let him die with Zhou Jiejie, this adulterous couple. If Zhou Jiejie wasn't the woman his son admired, then he would have found an underling to rape her, or he would have done it himself. However, Zhou Jiejie was the woman his son liked. Doing so would definitely make Wang Jitao unable to stand it. In fact, if Wang Jitao had no physical problems, then the best person to do this was him. But now it seemed that Zhou Jiejie, this bitch, had it easy. She didn't get humiliated before she died. "Zhou Jiejie." Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Zhou Jiejie, who was tied to the ground in the monitoring room. Why is she here? However, when Yang Ming saw the follow-up of the situation, Yang Ming couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Jiejie actually did it for him. If Zhou Jiejie said that she liked him before, she might have made it up or said it for fun. But at this moment, it was impossible for her to lie. Everything she did was for her own sake. Yang Ming sighed. It seemed that all the previous speculations were true. Zhou Jiejie actually liked him. However, at this moment, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest joy. On the contrary, his mood was extremely heavy. "Zhou Jiejie, what do you do to make this girl so loyal to him?" "Sigh, it's another emotional debt." Yang Ming scratched his head. "Anyway, let's get out of this predicament first." Now it seemed that Zhou Jiejie had found Wang Shifan's evidence and passed it to Chen Fei. So Wang Shifan's downfall was just a matter of time. The door of the room was opened, and 3 men in black came in. "Yang Ming, come out with me." They were all members of Team B of the Wang family special forces and they were the best in the team. Wang Shifan had heard from Wang Jitao that Yang Ming's skills were good, so he sent these people over. Even if they didn't come to Yang Ming would go to Wang Shifan. He couldn't watch Zhou Jiejie suffer for him. This infatuated girl. Although she gave him a headache, Yang Ming couldn't leave her alone. Logically speaking, even if they were ordinary friends, Yang Ming didn't have the reason to leave them in the lurch, let alone this kind of unclear relationship. Yang Ming looked at the three black-shirt men who were waiting for him. He suddenly felt a little funny. These three people, if he wanted to make a move, they would be lying on the ground now. Yang Ming didn't want to make a move on such small fries. "Let's go." Yang Ming shrugged, put on his coat, and said, "Wait for me. Where are you going?" Xia Shui saw that someone came to take Yang Ming out, so she followed. "Miss Xia, there's nothing for you to do here. Please wait here for a while." A black-shirt man immediately reached out and stopped Xia Shui. "Why don't you let me go? Aren't you looking for me?" Xia Shui reached out and slapped the black-shirt man's arm to the side. The black-shirt man's arm didn't move. It was like an iron pipe, but Xia Shui's palm was a little numb. "Miss Xia, the boss only invited Mr. Yang, not you. Don't make it difficult for us. Otherwise, we won't be polite," the black-shirt man said coldly. "Oomph," hiding the head and hiding the tail. Xia Shui snorted, but she didn't force it. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one would know whether or not he has it. This black-shirt man inadvertently revealed such a move that Xia Shui was secretly shocked. Although Yang Ming was much stronger than this black-shirt man, when Yang Ming and Xia Shui were competing, he didn't use his full strength at all. He didn't even use 1/10 of it. He had been playing with Xia Shui. Therefore, Xia Shui didn't feel how powerful Yang Ming was. When she lost, she also felt that she lost unjustly. Yang Ming used despicable means to win. "Mr. Yang, please." The black-shirt man saw that Xia Shui didn't make trouble, so he turned his head and said to Yang Ming, "Xia Shui, you wait for me here. I will go and see what tricks they're going to play." Yang Ming secretly gave Xia Shui a look. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want Xia Shui to go over to save Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming could still cope with it. If Xia Shui were to add more trouble, then he wouldn't have the time to deal with it. Xia Shui's skill was obviously much weaker than these black-shirt men here. Yang Ming didn't want Xia Shui to become the object of threat again. "Then, you be careful." Although Xia Shui was angry with Yang Ming for what he did to her, at this moment, she should focus on the overall situation. She couldn't be impulsive. Since Yang Ming asked her to stay here, he must have his intentions. Therefore, she just told Yang Ming to be careful and didn't speak anymore. Yang Ming followed the black-shirt man out, and the iron door was locked again. However, before the iron door was locked, Yang Ming took out a small pin from his pocket and stuffed it into the keyhole of the iron door. In this way, even if there was a key, he couldn't open this iron door next time. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to protect Xia Shui. Who knew if Wang Shifan would be desperate and use Xia Shui to threaten him again? So, he simply broke the door lock so that no one could open it. At that time, he would use a tool to pry it open. Of course, Yang Ming's action was very fast. It was natural, as if he came out of the door naturally. The three black-shirt men didn't notice it at all. Yang Ming followed the three black-shirt men to the monitoring room and saw Wang Shifan, Wang Jitao, and Huang Yukai. Things had come to this point. Yang Ming didn't need to hide his strength anymore. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of him. Even if there were more people, it was easy for him to retreat. However, what made Yang Ming feel a little annoyed was that at this moment, Wang Shifan was holding a pistol to Zhou Jiejie's temple. This made Yang Ming not dare to act rashly. In this case, even if Yang Ming's skill was good, it was impossible to guarantee that Zhou Jiejie would be unharmed. A gun and a knife were different. If the weapon in Wang Shifan's hand was a dagger, then Yang Ming didn't have so many concerns. At least a dagger couldn't be fatal, but a gun was different. No matter how fast Yang Ming's shot was, it took a process from knocking down Wang Shifan to his death. This process was enough for him to pull the trigger reflexively. Moreover, there was no room for maneuvering with a gun. It could directly kill Zhou Jiejia. In China, under such strict gun regulations, it wasn't easy for Wang Shifan to get a pistol. But thinking about it, this guy was a smuggler. It wasn't a big problem to get a gun. I say, Wang Shifan, is your brother okay in prison? Yang Ming could only start to distract Wang Shifan's attention and then look for an opportunity to make a move. My brother? Wang Shifan was stunned, but the gun in his hand didn't move at all. Xiao Qing is my godsister. Wang Shifan was personally sent to prison by me. Yang Ming said casually, Huang Yukai, are you happy now? You didn't expect the car's brakes to suddenly break, right? What? It's you. Wang Shifan was really excited. The pistol that was pointed at Zhou Jiejia's forehead began to tremble. Sure enough, it's you. How could I ignore you? It turns out that this is all you're doing. I want to kill you. Wang Shifan's eyes suddenly turned red. He never thought that the person who sent his brother to prison and disable Huang Yukai was this young man who was the same age as his son in front of him. Good opportunity. Yang Ming saw that Wang Shifan was really angered by himself. He was secretly happy. He concentrated and prepared to give Wang Shifan a fatal blow when he was negligent. Motherfucker. Yang Ming, go to hell. Wang Shifan finally couldn't hold the anger in his heart. He raised a gun and shot at Yang Ming. He finally moved. Yang Ming's figure flashed to the side like a ghost, and then he quickly attacked Wang Shifan from the side. Boom! Yang Ming. Blood flowed from Zhou Jiejia's forehead. Yang Ming stared blankly at Zhou Jiejia falling to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the room. Zhou Jiejia actually threw herself at the muzzle of the gun. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.